Start.
Mhm.
Yes, so I'll say quick question time. Question is on like I've got to click for it to reveal.
Mhm.
So I'll read it out. First person to raise their hand
Sure.
with the right answer, obviously, is
Yeah.
the winner. I'm going to be nervous when things kick off.
Yeah. This one. Very good again, Potter, right?
At least we're in uniform.
Yeah, no. I won't be wearing this shirt tomorrow, I think. Unless I manage to wash it. And
I've got a couple of shirts that I had to
Couple
go
of
buy.
yeah,
Similar colours.
you're
Yeah.
going to buy shirts.
I had to go buy them. Yeah.
You've had to for this event, so I didn't think about
I've
it.
only really got a few. Need to get a few spells.
I might be more colourful tomorrow, but salmon kind of.
I've got like a green.
So you start right, Japan, and then Vietnam, and Sri Lanka.
And Vietnam. Lanka. You right?
Good. Some handwritten prompts here.
Hey?
A couple of handwritten prompts here. I'm just going to keep them open here on this nice looking magazine. No, you got better memory than that. Now, my memory is terrible. Terrible. Which is why I need prompts and images and. No. Okay. Want a coffee?
Nah, I'm good. Need to go to the toilet too much, so I have a coffee. Yeah. Trying to get.
Hajimemashite. He weaves through cedar and maple. The forest floor welcomes his tread. I can tell you, my friends, this journeyman devoured mountains like balls of rice. Although he had spent his whole life exploring forests and valleys such as these, and thought he knew all there was to know of such places, this day his heart
There we go. Solid now.
You tried like something.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Mine does. I tried yours. We're just going to give it 5 more minutes, if that's okay, just while some other people still arrive. No idea. Okay. Yeah. Just what's in there? Plus 2. Right.
For adding the feet at the other one.
I don't know if the call is for me muted. I'm assuming he does. So this is connected to the live feed.
Yeah. one so far.
Seems like a good place to start there, Laura. Bit of a crescendo to begin. Morning, how is everyone? Excellent, thank you for joining us. This is session 1, day 1 of 3 days of the Greatest Travel Show. So pretty excited to kick this one off. My name is Brendan Cooper, Head of Travel for Inspiring Vacations. You're going to hear from my colleague, Martin Rufo as well, who's one of our incredibly talented product managers that is responsible for so many of the trips that we're going to look at today. The first one we're going to look at, who wants to go to Japan here, who has come specifically for Japan? Excellent. Not specifically. It is an amazing destination. We are going to begin with Japan. So we're going to talk about Japan in this session, Sri Lanka and Vietnam as well. We'll probably hold questions to the end, if that's okay. We'll go through the presentations first, and then any questions that anybody has towards the end, time permitting, we'll try and go through those questions as well. We're going to start just with an incredible video. I mean, I've watched this one a couple of times. It always blows my mind every time I watch it, and I'm ready to book my next trip to Japan. So I'll kick this one off.
Hajimemashite. He weaves through cedar and maple. The forest floor welcomes his tread. I can tell you, my friends, this journeyman devoured mountains like bowls of rice. Although he had spent his whole life exploring forests and valleys such as these, and thought he knew all there was to know of such places, this day his heart disquiet. Green apricot to crimson. Blushing petals rain upon his pack. Anticipation blooms as the way ahead clears in a bittersweet shimmer. Of course, as in all such places, a magnificent maiden awaits. She smells like soft rainfall and hot nights. Gasping, the traveler fights to regain each stolen breath. Struggling, he manages to utter. Arouse my eyes, for surely I was born blind and have not known perfection until this day. Electrify me, for my body is numb, my tongue asleep, my senses begging to awaken. Incarcerate me. To not have known you is a crime, and I should know you forevermore from this day forth. My life has been a desert, and you are the first drop of rain. Through the silence, she smiles. Hajimemashite. Welcome. I have been waiting for you.
One of my favorite videos, one of my favorite destinations as well. Just before we go any further, just want to acknowledge we also have quite a lot of people streaming in live to this as well. So a big hello to those guys. We're going to kick off with Japan, as I said. For me, this country is just a fusion of so many different things. It's all about the history. It's all about the culture. The food is to die for. The people are probably some of the friendliest you're ever going to encounter in the world. And it's just a mesmerizing place to visit time and time again. At Inspiring Vacations, we've got 3 itineraries which are our absolute favourites. So these ones all give you the perfect taste of that first time trip to Japan. Even if it's your 3rd time to Japan, it's still enjoyable going back to these locations. We've got 3 trips. There are some similarities between them. So they do go to some similar locations as well, but there's also some differences as well. So our 15-day Inspiring Japan probably has the most differences, which we're going to explore in a moment. You've got our 16-day Unforgettable Japan as well, and our 13-day Cherry Blossoms of Japan. So let's look at the similarities first. So all of these trips go to what is known as the Golden Route. Now, the Golden Route used to be the trade-in route from Tokyo to Kyoto back in the Edo period. Today, it's more so, I guess, the prime tourist route. It's the one that everybody wants to go see, and for very, very good reason. It houses some of the best things to see in Japan. So all of these trips do the Golden Route. It starts in Tokyo. Tokyo, that immense city, obviously one of the largest cities in the world, incredible place to visit. It's this fusion of ultra-modern and incredible history at the same time. You go down to Mount Fuji. Now, this particular one down at Mount Fuji, don't go to the top. We'll leave that for the expedition teams, but we do take you to the best vantage points to go and view the mountain. Weather willing, hopefully, the clouds be kind to us, you'll get those incredible shots of Mount Fuji there like you see in that photo. The next place after that, we go up through the Japanese Alps and then up to Takayama, which we'll speak about in a moment. But Matsumoto Castle is one of the places that we visit for all of these particular trips. And for me, I love this history. This is one of 3 feudal castles in Japan. It is a national treasure. It is one of their most sacred sites. It's called the Crow Castle, and you do get to go inside. It's got incredible gardens that surround it as well. But it's amazing, I guess, just glimpse back into that feudal history once upon a time in Japan, and it's beautifully, beautifully preserved. If we look at Takayama, so Takayama is probably one of the other key locations on the Golden Route. It is an incredibly preserved old city. You can see there those iconic Japanese wooden buildings. It's probably one of the best preserved old cities in Japan. And so it's all about going to see what that rural life used to be once upon a time in Japan's history as well. After that, we head up to Kanazawa. Kanazawa is, I guess, on the far west side of the coast. And so here is one of the most revered Japanese gardens in Japan. It's probably the best example of that incredible, it's pretty much artwork, I guess. They manicure them down to an inch, and it is a fantastic place to go and witness those incredible gardens that Japan's so famous for. But it really all are, in my opinion, the pinnacle moment of Japan is a trip to Kyoto. So this is probably the end of the Golden Route. Kyoto is a city which has one of the most densely populated UNESCO World Heritage Sites in the world. It was spared any significant bombing in the war. The Allies saw it as too culturally significant to bomb, which is fantastic because it's been preserved beautifully. So here, we're going to go visit quite a few different things. You've got the Golden Pavilion. Now, this is, in my opinion, the best way to retire in the world. So this was built by a shogun. It was his retirement village, or retirement villa, I should say. He built it 3 stories. The top 2 stories are covered in complete gold leaf, and it does glisten exactly like that photo there. He then on past that, and now it is a Zen temple for the Buddhist religion. The next one over, Fushimi Inari, another fantastic site in Kyoto. Now, if you want to go to Fushimi Inari, it is this place that is lined with torii gates, over thousands of them. They line this hillside. It's a sacred hill. It takes you up to the top of the mountain and brings you back down. If you want to get a photo like this, one of my hot tips for Kyoto to get that picture like there is there's 2 paths. There's one going up the mountain and there's one coming down the mountain. If you're going up, jump across to the one coming down because it's got less people on it, and you might be able to snap a picture like that. The one going up, you usually got people's heads in your photo as well. It's a great place to visit. It's incredibly moving. It's a Shinto shrine. There's incense burning everywhere, and it's just a really spiritual place. Let's look at Inspiring Japan. So this is where the trips start to differ. So Inspiring Japan is our one that goes as far south as Kyushu. Kyushu is the furthest southern island that we visit on this particular itinerary. And so up until Kyoto, all 3 itineraries are about the same. They all go to that golden route. After that, from Kyoto, you head down to the Shikoku Island. So Shikoku is where Takamatsu is there. Very, very few tours get to go down to this part of the world. It is considered Japan's nature or wild island because of its natural scenery. And it's incredibly traditional as well. It's way off the tourist trail. And so you get to find you have that more traditional aspect of Japan when you head down to Shikoku. After Shikoku, we're going to go down to Kyushu, so where Beppu is on the map. And Beppu is this amazing place. It's built on top of this really active geothermal activity. And so it actually has the most densely populated amount of onsens in Japan. So onsens being that incredible cleansing experience that Japanese is so important in the Japanese culture. Now these ones here, the hells of Beppu, don't swim in those. These are geothermal pools ranging from 100 to a few hundred degrees, so not for swimming, but an incredible place to visit as part of the itinerary. It's called the Hells of Beppu, and it's all these amazing colorations in the pools from bright red to bright blue, as you see there. After Beppu, we're going to head down to Nagasaki. So Nagasaki, obviously the second city, probably famous for all the wrong reasons, but an incredible place to visit as well, and the furthest southerly point that we get on this particular itinerary. As we head back up to the main islands, we're going to go to Hiroshima. Now, all of our itineraries do go to Hiroshima. So all of our customers do say how incredible it was to visit Hiroshima. Again, another city, obviously famous for the wrong reasons, but you do go there to see the atomic bomb dome. It is the last structure that was remaining after the bomb was dropped. Incredibly moving to go and visit. And they also go to the Hiroshima Peace Park as well. Let's look at what is included with these ones. So they all have very similar inclusions. So with all of these itineraries, all of your sightseeing is included. There's a few optional extras, but they really aren't just there to enhance your experience. None of those incredible temples, none of those incredible shrines or castles or anything like that is optional. That is all included. The optionals really are just things like additional meals if you want to go have a Kobe beef dinner or something like that. They are fully escorted. So a guide will meet you on day 1. And that same guide will be with you throughout the entire trip, and they'll farewell you on the last day as well. Quality accommodation, it's well located, it's central, it's twin share or double share, depending on what your preference is. It's 3 to 4 star. And the great thing about Japan is it's just so easy to get around. The public really enjoys, and it's very, very fair to see why it's a fantastic experience, is they all include trips on the bullet train. So regardless of which itinerary you do pick, the bullet train is included, anywhere from 45 minutes to about an hour-and-a-half ride on that train itself. Breakfast daily. So breakfast included at the hotel each morning, and we do a featured dinner as part of each one of the itineraries. So there's one featured dinner included, obviously Japanese fare. And then an amazing offer. So these are the offers that we've got available, which you're going to hear a lot about across this next session. So these particular trips start from $4,499. Now, our competitors are actually selling some of these trips almost like exactly the same for $10,400. You can see it there. So this is a like-for-like comparison of very, very similar trips some of our competitors are operating. The offer for today is the $299 airfares. So you can add on your return flights to Japan for only $299. So it's the heaps of departure dates available ranging from April through to November. So April this year through to November next year. Cherry blossom dates are available. So regardless of which trip you want to look at, cherry blossom dates are available across all the itineraries. We've got a specific cherry blossom trip, which is our 13-day package. Again, you're still going to see all those incredible sights, but that one just takes you to some really key locations to view those cherry blossom blooms. And that is it for Japan. I'm going to hand over to Martin, who is going to run us through Vietnam and Cambodia.
Thank you. I'll also grab
turn this on. Thank you. Grab this. And I'll show you this as well, because my presentations tend to be so boring that Brendan has allowed me to use a bottle of wine as an incentive to keep you engaged. So that's it. That's right. Excellent. Yes, I've got two beautiful trips to present you today. Anyone wanting to go to Vietnam? Here, Vietnam and Cambodia. Excellent. Thank you. Anyone's been to Vietnam and Cambodia already? Yeah, excellent. A few hands up. I might ask you a couple of questions as we go. Two great itineraries. The Vietnam portion of both itineraries, as you can see there, is exactly the same. We land in Hanoi. We take you to Ha Long Bay, take a cruising in Ha Long Bay, come back to Hanoi, fly down to Da Nang, travel by bus to Hoi An before we head down to Ho Chi Minh City. Those that want to extend the trip can continue on to Cambodia. We're going to fly you to Siem Reap, visit the Angkor temples there before moving down to Phnom Penh from where you fly home. So let's go through the itineraries and let's take a look at some of the images I got here for you. For both trips, it's Hanoi. You usually land there early, mid, late afternoon. We pick you up from the airport, we take you to the hotel. The hotel is beautifully centrally located, very easy for you to start exploring the food scene of Vietnam. Whether you've been to Vietnam or haven't been to Vietnam yet, there's no argument. The food in Vietnam is absolutely amazing. That's exactly what I did when I went to Vietnam. I landed there, I was on my own. At the time, I lived on Victoria Street in Richmond, right? So I thought I knew my Vietnamese. For those that listening, watching from interstate, Victoria Street in Richmond is one of the streets where you find the best Vietnamese restaurants in Melbourne, and a whole lot of other illegal drugs as well. But we're not going to go into those ones. Just stay with the food, which is amazing. I thought I knew my food. I went out, found a beautiful local restaurant, ordered what I usually order, and a pancake landed in front of me, stuffed with noodles, veggies, and chicken, which is absolutely nothing like I've ever ordered before. It was delicious, of course, but yeah, it was the first experience with food in some rooms with all the amenities that you need to make the most of Ha Long Bay. And Ha Long Bay is absolutely amazing. It's this beautiful bay with thousands of limestones, rocks, formations standing out there. You cruise all day along the limestone islands. By the end of the day, you stop at one of them, go for a walk, go for a little swim. The water is absolutely fantastic, nice and warm. And then sunset comes in. And who's been to Vietnam? Yep, Ha Long Bay, anyone? Yes? My experience on that sunset that night was absolutely amazing. The sky was bright red against the perfect blue ocean and the giant boats sailing around. Did you have a similar experience? No. Okay. It was cloudy. Nothing. Okay. This is not rehearsed. Obviously, this wasn't prepared. But hopefully, you'll get a great experience as well. It's memory, one of my best experiences in Vietnam. We come back to Hanoi for the night, and then the next day we take you on a very comprehensive tour of Hanoi. We will visit the Temple of Literature. We will go to the Ho Chi Minh Mausoleum, of course. We will show you the Trang Quoc Pagoda, the oldest Buddhist building in Hanoi. And then by early afternoon, we go to the airport and we fly down to Da Nang. Then we carry on by bus to Hoi An. We are in Hoi An. Hoi An used to be a very, very prolific port in Vietnam, and today it's just an exquisite destination. It's a very old
city with hundreds of tottering little Japanese buildings, ancient temples, Chinese temples, tea houses. It's a beautiful, it's an amazing destination. The name of the game in Hoi An. In Hoi An, they also happen to have the best tailors in Vietnam, and they are so cheap as well. So chances are you're going to end up in one of these tailors getting measured up everywhere, and buy suits and shirts and shorts and pants. They're absolutely amazing, and they work so fast. You go one afternoon, they measure you up. Next morning you go, they try it on, and whatever needs to be fixed, you pick it up the next afternoon, and you're off to go. So definitely part of experience in Hoi An. I did it too. From Hoi An, we fly down to Ho Chi Minh City, and we spend again 3 nights there, and we take you on a very, very comprehensive tour of Ho Chi Minh City, where you will visit. Where you visit the Binh Thai markets, the reunification palace, the post office, and I'd say you have to see in Ho Chi Minh City. But if you're anything like me, it was really the Cu Chi tunnels and the War Museum that will forge a memory. They took me by surprise. So the Cu Chi tunnels, a great experience. It's not too dark. It's not too dark. It's a fun experience. It's kind of fun. It's incredible to see the way they build those tunnels and walk around the tunnels, and it's a great experience. But the War Museum was touching. I put it up there with my experience on the memorial in Poland, on the what's it called, thank you, in Krakow. It was just a very dark and touching moment. For me, it was huge learning. I'm from South America, so when I went there, the Vietnam War to me was very foreign. That made it very real. It's very graphic, and it's quite an experience. Again, as Don said before, for the wrong reasons, but it's an experience, and yeah, I have just seen it to believe it, really. The next day, you will have a bit of free time. If you want to, you can go to the Mekong Delta, a beautiful little trip. Those finishing in Vietnam, fly home from Ho Chi Minh City. If you want to continue on, you go to Cambodia, we fly you to Siem Reap, and there, of course, the name of the game again is to visit the temples, the Angkor temples, with the Angkor Wat being the main temple. And it's one of those temples where, whether you're a Buddhist or whether you believe in Allah or whether you believe in God, you walk into those temples and you get that spiritual sense. You're walking into a special sense, into a special temple. That means a lot to Cambodians, and again, whether it's your religion or not, you get that sense of peace, spirituality. It's just calm. It's a very magical place. We move down to Phnom Penh, and we'll fly you home from Phnom Penh. Now, amazing inclusions in both these trips. We have a guided tours of Hanoi, Hoi An, and Ho Chi Minh City, as I said before. 4 and 5 stars accommodation only, and of course the night at the Scarlet Pearl Cruise, so the Stana. A great balance of included activities and optional time. I think that's very, very important, especially in Vietnam, a very safe place to move around. You get some included activities, you get your bearings, and then off you go and do something on your own. A great way to experience a destination. English-speaking guides during all the activities, daily breakfast, and 2 dinners. Now, for this event, and for this event only, The 9-day highlight of Vietnam is going from $1,799 only. And you can add your airfares for only $199, which is usually $1,000, $1,100. So great price for Vietnam today. If you want to add on Cambodia, then the price of the trip is $2,499, and you can also add your flights for only $199. So it's super, great.
They offer you though. I asked for a grey suit, may not get a brown suit, and it's paid for fabric. So up to you. From the fabric that you buy.
Yes, indeed, that's a good one. Excellent. Let me move on to Sri Lanka. Nowadays, one of the favorite safari destinations. Oh, I'm going too fast. We've got a video to show you as well. Are we okay? Just play. Sorry.
What unknown remains but the cartography of the human soul? Driven by primordial thirst, hearts, the bonds of cultural cultivation. A retrograde step from the known to an antecedent timeline. Mysterious yet familiar. Deja vu. Dust shrouds the sunrise, all the better to see with while remaining unseen, and allowing instinct to preside over logic. Scent and sound as valuable as sight. Curiosity lures towards our forebears' dilapidated tracks. Searching outward for a primal event, yet inward for a concealed fundamental. Veiled by civilization, yet still dormant. Waiting to awaken? Dare you to wonder?
Let's not ruin it with my presentation. Let's just leave it there. We've got a great trip, great prices. Off we go. Let's go to the bar. All right, let's go through the couple of trips that I would like to. The 14-day Ultimate Sri Lanka, one of our best-selling trips ever. And again, the 16-day Sri Lanka and Maldives. The Sri Lankan part of both itineraries, it's almost exactly the same as you can see on the map. Arrive in Colombo, go to Gale Forte, move on to Yala National Park, Nawaraliya, Kandy, Sigiriya. And then if you are doing the Sri Lanka only, we take you to chill out for 2 nights. Take you to chill out, literally to chill out for 2 nights, do nothing, a beautiful property by the ocean, relax. If you're going to go to the Maldives, we don't take you to chill out because you're going to be chilling out a whole lot in the Maldives as well. But that's the itinerary essentially for both, and the differences for both itineraries. Very easy to see there on the map. Let's go straight onto the presentation. As we mentioned before, and as it's on the presentation, amazing destination for wildlife. You don't need to go to see wildlife. You can just go to Sri Lanka, only a few hours away, and you are there. The first opportunity you're going to have to watch wildlife is down in Gale Fort, when you can go whale watching. Now, whale watching is only available from October to March, so it's not included in the price of the trip. It's an optional activity that you can take or not if you want to, if you're traveling at that time of the year. What you will always see, regardless of the time of the year that you go to Sri Lanka, is the Koskoda Sea Turtle Conservation Project. You see, 4 of the 5 sea turtle species in the world call those shores home. And this project, the Koskoda Sea Turtle Conservation Project, sorry, I take you back. because you know how difficult life is, not only for us here on the COVID days, but how difficult life is for turtles, for sea turtles. Only 1 in 1,000, only 1 in 1,000 will make it to adulthood. So and then we go on to Yala National Park. There's 22 national parks in Sri Lanka with a total surface of 6,000 square kilometers, which is about 10% of the total area of Sri Lanka. So it's huge. National park. The big of them, the big of them, and one of the ones with the most wildlife diversity. Whilst in Yala, we're going to take you there twice. Not only once, we're going to take you there twice just to make sure to maximize your opportunities of seeing wildlife. The first day when we get there in the afternoon, we take you there to see an afternoon, evening sort of experience. And then the next morning, we also take you early in the morning for another site. Guaranteed to see elephants. The Sri Lankan elephant, one of the 3 Asian elephants, is ever present in this national park. And there's also a whole array of wildlife that you can see in the video. Spotted deer, sloth bears, peacocks, crocs, water buffaloes. Huge amount of wildlife. Very easy to see. Great photography. If you're into photo, make sure you have your long lens with you. So we spent a night there and a couple of exploring the Yala National Park in 2 different days, and then we move on to Nawara Eliya. Now in Nawara Eliya, we put you at the Grand Hotel, which is an amazing property. Personally, and this is very personal, I'm not sure everyone will agree with me, but a hotel to me is a hotel. 3-star, 4-star, 5-star. To me, a hotel is a place where I dump my bags and then the next day I go and explore, right? But this is different. There's a few hotels out there that truly allow you to enhance your experience of the destination. This is one of them. The moment you walk through the doors of the Grand Hotel, you are transported back to its colonial glories, and you just can't avoid, that sense of being transported back in time. So it's a great little experience. At the Grand Hotel, we also have the first of our inspiring taste moments. We don't just take you to the hotel. The next day, we're going to sit you up and we're going to serve you high tea at one of the restaurants. Very posh little high tea at the Grand Hotel. Now, and I'm not looking at you Queenslanders out there, but there is a dress code. You can't Yeah, you're there. You're here as well. People say it's the most scenic train ride in the world. Would you agree?
Well, I did get a lot of good shots.
You got a lot of good shots. Look, I reckon it's great. It's a big call, most scenic train ride in the world. There's some amazing train rides out there, but it's certainly a very, very scenic one. It will be for you to judge to see if it's one of the most scenic in the world. We get to Kandy and we relax. It's been a couple of days moving, a lot of things happening. We come to Kandy and we settle down. We spend 2 nights there. We take you on a walking tour of this beautiful colonial town. And we visit the Temple of the Sacred Tooth Relic. Very, very, very important for Buddhists as they keep one of the tooth from the Buddha in this temple. So it's got a huge religious significance in Sri Lanka and in the world. A lot of pilgrims come from all around the world to this temple. We chill out here for a couple of days before we continue on to Sigiriya. And we'll take you to perhaps the most photographed stone rock place in Sri Lanka, the Lion Rock. An amazing formation back in the 405 after Christ. King Kasaya decided to build his fortress up in the top of the rock from where he dominated the population below. Now, I don't know if King Kasaya was a good guy, was a good king, but he certainly had an eye for property, for the property market. Chose a best spot in town, built his little house, amazing markets, a great pool. So it's an amazing rock to go on and explore, an amazing site. It's pretty steep. You need to walk up the stairs, so it's not for the faint-hearted. But if you're up for it, walk all the way up. It's absolutely a great experience. Whilst in Sigiriya, we also have another taste of the coconut flour and make amazing cocktails. You probably haven't tried, I don't know if you haven't been there, you probably haven't tried Arak before. And you need to go easy on it. You won't remember how you got to Sri Lanka in the first place, but it's amazing, beautiful flavors. And the next day also in Sigiriya, we have another inspiring taste moment. And I love these inspiring taste moments because, to be completely honest, anyone can take you to the rock and you will see the rock. Anyone can take you to Colombo and you'll see Colombo. But it's these little moments that we like to inbuild in our itineraries that make our trips special and will enhance, again, your experience of the destination. We have an inspiring taste, a curry cooking demonstration. You don't get to cook, but you get to see a proper chef cooking, and you will get to test 5 to 6 different curries at the end of the session. So it's very yummy experience. Those are going to finish a trip in Sri Lanka. You spend 2 nights at a resort there in Chilao, as we mentioned before, beautiful property, luxurious property, by the waterfront, by the ocean. So amazing place, just do nothing for a couple of days, re-energize before you fly home. If you're going to go to the Maldives instead, we take you nice and early to the airport, you fly to Malé, you take a speedboat all the way to this beautiful bungalows there in the Adarang Club in Ranali. What can I say? That picture speaks 1,000 words. Amazing place. You will do absolutely nothing but relaxing and walking and swimming around. And after you are recharged, we fly you back home. Now let's recap a little bit on the inclusions of these trips. Great sightseeing, we take you to Gale Fort, to Yala National Park, the Lion Rock, the tea plantations, amazing coastline. A small group tour, only 16 people on this trip, which is key for the experience that we like to deliver in this trip. We couldn't do what we do on this trip with 50, 75 people on the back of a bus. On this trip, we only have 16 people to show you Sri Lanka. Excuse me. 5-star accommodation throughout. Dedicated coach transport, again, very easy to move around when you have your own vehicle. We ride the iconic, is it the best train, the best ride? I don't know. Amazing, you will love it. And we've got 13 breakfasts, 5 lunches, and 12 dinners included for you on this trip. Now, the ultimate Sri Lanka for this event, and for this event only, you will find it from $3,499. And if you want to add your international airfares, it's only $299 instead of $1,100. So great promotional price for this event. Make the most of it. You got your barcodes in front of you. It's only $99, and that is to book to secure a spot, and you're on your way. If you want to continue on to the Maldives, the price is from $5,999, and again, the airfares are only $299 instead of $1,100-1,200 that usually costs to fly to Sri Lanka and out of the Maldives. Thank you for staying awake. You are here with me. How to book down? Do you want to talk us through here? But
you've been giving me anxiety. You've been so close to get to the stage.
I was a rock climber once in my youth.
Who's staying for the next session in here? Okay, excellent. So it looks like we're going to have some time for some questions, which we'll try and cover off on for the next session. Can I get the clicker from you, Martin? Thanks for that. That was fantastic. Martin tells these things only in the way that Martin can. It was excellent. Rightio. So how to book, it is so easy. So what we are recommending today, if you want to take advantage of any of the event offers, all of our deposits start from around $99. Some of them are about at $199 to $99. So all of them very, very low. It is a simple deposit to secure the event offer. And the best thing about it, you've got 7 days complete change of mind guarantee. So if you don't want to go ahead, you can get a full refund of your deposit. Deposit for you. If you're wanting to ask quite a lot of in-depth questions about the itineraries, what we recommend is probably making an appointment with the reservations guys. And what they'll do is they'll make a time during the week to call you and run through all your questions that you might have. But for today, they're obviously just there to help take those bookings as well. Really, really easy. We've also got obviously a great website that works fantastically. I think you should all have a pricing list in your bag of goodies. There are QR codes on there, which everyone is so familiar with these days, which is awesome. That will take you straight through to the tour of your choice if you scan the QR code. And it's a simple online process. All you need is one person's name and a credit card and the deposit, and that locks in the offer. And as I said, any change of heart, change of destination, change of mind, 7-day cooling off after that as well. Now, we haven't been anywhere in about 2 years. So for those people that are wanting to do 2 trips in one time, we have an off the second trip as well, which you can apply to the cost of that. So if you want to do 2 trips, they don't have to be back to back. You can book them apart. You get 5% off the second one. Now, I need Martin here. You need to be my adjudicator on this one. We'll do questions after this. We're just going to do a quick giveaway. So there is a bottle of wine up for grabs from Inspiring Vines, which is fantastic. It's a question from part of the presentation, and it is the person to raise their hand the fastest, obviously with the right answer, gets to win. So Martin's judge, jury, adjudicator over here. So his word goes. I'll read the question. Everyone ready? In what city will you find the Golden Pavilion? Well done. Oh, where is it? All righty. We'll bring that wine over to you, sir. Guys, that's it for the presentations. Martin and I are obviously here to answer as many questions as we can. Does anyone have a question wants to go first? Yes, sir. The next one is straight after this, so 11 o'clock for Canada and the Americas. That's a very good question. I think it is the one after that. That one's at 1 o'clock.
And secondly, not that many of these places are this situation.
Yep. So for the ones that we've just looked at, the only country at the moment, which obviously has the high COVID numbers, is Vietnam. Japan is down nearly under 100 cases per day, which is fantastic. Sri Lanka is very, very low as well. Sri Lanka is back open. Start of next year for those destinations to be open. Yes.
And is there any lockdown in Sri Lanka?
In Sri Lanka?
Yeah, when you land.
No, there's not. There's no quarantine requirements.
And if you purchase a ticket and something happens that you can't get into the.
Yep.
Do you get your money back, or do you just get a credit?
So what we've done to date is pretty much everybody that's been affected, bar a small handful, has either got a full credit or a rebook. It would probably be a rebook in most cases. And that's just because by the time we have to make that decision, which is usually sort of about 30 days out from travel, is a lot of those services obviously have been booked, but we can easily rebook them onto another date.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So there's no such thing as refunds?
No, it would be a rebook to a future date for that particular departure.
What is Japan to what is the average group size?
we average around 36. So they will run close to full, but 40 people maximum.
With the deal that you've got with Airfix,
Yeah.
is it possible to upgrade the
Yeah.
premium account?
It is definitely. So the way in which that would work, so depending on which trip you chose, so let's say Japan as an example, 299 for the flights, we would put in a special request for you to upgrade to either premium economy or business class, whichever one was your preference. Our team would quote you on the difference in cost between obviously our private fare and what that business class seat is going to cost. And then you can decide if you want to take it. It's completely up to you. And then obviously you just pay the additional amount.
So which airline do you use?
At the moment, it will be based on best available. The 3 airlines that are flying the most frequent is Japan Airlines, Singapore Airlines, and Cathay Pacific. Any other questions? No. So we're going to move on shortly. What's the time? We've got about 10 minutes. So if anyone wants to get a drink or anything like that, feel free. For those that are staying for the next session, feel free to stay seated. If you want to stay for the next session, feel free probably to stay seated as well. We've got other people coming in. Obviously, those that have registered, we do need to make room for. So if you haven't registered for the next session, but you would like to stay, all we ask is just wait back outside. When the session starts, feel free to come back in and then obviously take any seats that are still available. Thank you. Paul's opened the door. He will show you the way.
Dear world, I like to spend time with you. When I'm with you, my heart is unburdened. My mind is clear and bright as the summer sky. When I'm with you, it's like you know when you love someone so much that even looking at them is a kick in the chest? My breath is forcibly evacuated by your splendor. I want to know every inch of you, to amble through your wilderness, drifting to wherever your currents would take me. You're like an all-night rave, everything is happening at once. You're always in vogue. You are the original fashionista. Though we attempt to plagiarize you, each road akin to a winding canal, each building climbing skyward like a grand pine, reaching for the sun. Though our creations have their own charm, they pale compared to you, world. You are the most beautiful at the end of a long day, in the lingering quiet of twilight. I'm saying this because I worry about you. I don't want to see you hurt or lessened in any way. I wish only for my presence to elevate you. I will look upon you till the day I die.
Firstly, I'd like to welcome you all here today on behalf of Rocky Mountaineer and Inspiring Vacations. To everyone here in the room, but also to our guests that are at home live streaming this as well. My name's Ben, and I'll have the pleasure to take you through the Rocky Mountaineer experience today. Now, Rocky Mountaineer has a bit of history. We've been traveling for over 30 years. Peter Armstrong founded the company back in 1990. And since that time, he has had his hand in this company and helping delivering this life-changing experience on board Rocky Mountaineer to this day. Now, Rocky Mountaineer is a train journey taking you through the heart of the Canadian Rockies, showing you the amazing landscape, but also hearing those stories firsthand from our onboard host about the area that you're traveling through. Now, as much as I can stand up here today and try explain to you what that scenery looks like, the best way is to have a short look at this video to get an idea of exactly what you'll see when you travel on board Rocky Mountaineer. So sit back, relax, and have a look at the spectacular scenery on board the train. host it all. I've been lucky enough to be on board the train 4 times already. And I can tell you from first-hand experience, it is exactly what you imagine. But I will try today to take you through that experience from first-hand view of myself and explain exactly what you'll get on board. Now, Rocky Mountaineer here, we do have 3 different journeys that you can choose from, each with its own unique destinations along the way. Now, we do our first one, which is, we've got here, First Passage to the West. Now, this one here is probably one of our most popular journeys. On the section between Kamloops and also Banff and Lake Louise, we are the only passenger rail that will take you between those destinations. You'll be seeing things along the way, such as the amazing Lake Louise, is where you can have your endpoint there, but many different things along the way too, which will show you that spectacular mountain ranges. You're going to be going past rivers that are crashing, sometimes even seeing the salmon if you're going at the perfect time of year. Looking outside your window there, you'll see exactly what the Canadian Rockies is all about. We also have as well, which is Journey Through the Clouds, so the blue line there. Now this one here will take you a little bit up further north. And along this one here, you'll see such things as Pyramid Falls. Now when I first went past that one there, I was standing on the outdoor viewing platform and I could actually feel the water spray on my face as we went by. You were that close to that destination. And on the train, some of these places we take you to, you cannot get there unless you go by rail. So you really are seeing the heart of the Canadian Rockies. Now, if you've been before on board Rocky Mountaineer and you want to go back and experience the amazing service again, but maybe want to do a different route, we do have the Rainforest to Gold Rush. Now, this one here is a 3-day journey, and it'll take you through the contrasting landscapes, going through the rainforest to begin with when you're leaving Vancouver, but then going to a very dry area of British Columbia. So if you are an avid photographer, you will certainly get a lot of different landscape pictures on board that train journey. And although today I am going to be talking a lot about Canada, or all about Canada, we also have just launched a USA route, which is Rockies to the Red in the USA. So if you have been on board before and you want to try something different, but still experience that world-class service, you can also choose the USA route. So looking here, we have the First Passage to the West. Now, this is just the rail journey. This is why we partner with people like Inspiring Vacations, who will wrap around the rail journey, amazing experiences before and at the end of your journey as well. So we look after the rail journey here, and you do not sleep on board. I'm not sure if you knew this, but you only travel during the day, and then you stay in comfortable hotels overnight. So looking here, you do have Vancouver, where you go through the Kamloops, you'll overnight in a comfortable hotel, and then you'll make your way onto either Lake Louise or Banff. And you can do it in either direction there as well. We have Journey Through the Clouds. So I like to say for travelers that are really wanting to see the wildlife, this is where I would put you on, is Journey Through the Clouds. Going from Vancouver to Kamloops, where overnight, and then make your way up to Jasper. Now, when I was there last time, it would have been in April, which was 2019, a long time ago now, but I was walking down the street to head to my restaurant for dinner. And no word of a lie, I turned to my left and there were 6 elk walking down the street. So when we talk about wildlife in the Canadian Rockies, you are right next to it and amongst it. And as you can see here, we have Rainforest to Gold Rush. So you do a half-day journey from Vancouver up to Whistler, where you'll stay overnight. You'll then the next day continue on to Quesnel, which is an old gold mining region. This is where you're going to start to see that sort of drier landscape. And then on the 3rd day, making your way into Jasper. Now on board Rocky Mountaineer, it is an amazing service across whichever level you choose. So we have gold leaf service and we've got silver leaf service. Now, depending on what you want to get out of your experience, there is going to be a better one for you, which I will take you through that today. But across both of these service levels, you have the amazing onboard hosts. Now, these onboard hosts, they are there to bring the area to life. They're talking to you about the history, what's outside that window, and what made that rail journey so famous as it is today. But they're also telling you their own personal stories. Now, these onboard hosts, they've been on board for many, many years. And they will tell you a story, which when I was my first one they went through, they were talking about how every single day they've gone past, there has been a little lady called Jill that stands at the front of the house and waves to the train every single day. And they'll talk about the story of how they wanted one day to meet Jill. So they made their way there when they were not working to meet Jill. And they got to know her and got to understand why she was waving towards the train. And then as they finish that story, Jill is out on her porch waving to the train. So they bring their own personal touch to the onboard experience as well. You have all your meals included. And I can tell you, the first time I was on board again, I was a little bit shocked. We had our selection of fruits, we had our scones, tea, jam, coffee, and then I found out that was the pre-breakfast. Then we're going to make our way on to the normal breakfast. In between breakfast and lunch, you have wine, cheese, crackers. You have lunch, and then you have freshly baked cookies afterwards. You will not go hungry on board Rocky Mountaineer, regardless of which service you do. So I'll take you through a few more details of each different service level for you. The first one today, I'll talk to you about Silverleaf. Here we go. So you can see the carriage up here. This is a service. As you'll notice, there are windows on the curvature of the carriage, which is perfect for you to be able to see those towering mountains as you pass by. Now, your meal service, it is at your seat. So we'll plate down some cutlery, crockery. We'll bring all your meals to you. We've got things like salmon, eggs Benedict in the morning. So again, an amazing food experience. And your alcoholic drinks are included as well. So your beer, wine, soft drink. Now going on to the Gold Leaf. Now there's two reasons why I would recommend Gold Leaf for you if this is personally what you want to get out of your experience. If you are a foodie, Gold Leaf is for you. We have a full restaurant downstairs. So you make your way down below where you're seated. You have a restaurant with a culinary team there, and they will give you an a la carte menu, which you can select what you like cooked for you, fresh on board. So if you're a foodie, Gold Leaf is for you. The other reason is for those photographers, or people that want to have that outdoor experience. On the Gold Leaf service, you have the outdoor area, which is perfect for you to go outside, take your photos without the glass in front of the camera, and breathe in the Canadian Rockies as you pass through. And if you're only going to go there once, I always recommend going on the Gold Leaf service, because you do have that full dome which goes over the top of the carriage. So whether you're on the left or the right-hand side, you have those unobstructed views of the scenery you're traveling through. So I do have a video here as well, which I'd like to show you. there. I couldn't move away from that, but there's a lot of different things you can choose on board as well. So looking here, you do have the carriage of Gold Leaf. As you'll notice, those windows up the top there, so you really do have those panoramic views. You've got the carriage downstairs area, which is where you're going to be able to have that dining experience. And then, of course, the outdoor viewing platform. Now, when it comes to finishing your day, as I said, we are a daylight service only, so you will have overnight in a comfortable hotel. So we'll choose that for you. You've got your premium standard hotels if you are going for Gold Leaf, and comfortable standard if you're going for Silverleaf there. Just a view here of what you will be getting if you're traveling on board Rocky Mountaineer. So a wide selection of hotels. Some of the destinations we take you to, so you'll be able to see at Banff, definitely a must-see destination. You've got the mountains all around you, walking down the high street, again. Jasper, a wildlife area to go and experience many different things. So if you are into the wildlife, there's lots of experiences you can add on to your journey. We've also got Vancouver, a bustling city, a great place to start or end your journey there as well. Lots of things you can do to check out the culinary scene or just be in the city walking through the park. Of what I call the cowboy area of Western Canada. So you may have heard the Stampede that happens in, I believe it's July, don't quote me on that though. They have the Calgary Stampede there. And of course the wildlife, we've mentioned that many times going through this. I've seen numerous bears. I've been there in April, I've been there in September, and I've seen bears both of those times. Touch wood, when you do go, that you'll see the same. And of course, when to travel, we go from April through to October. You've got in the springtime, which is April, snow still about, frozen lakes, crashing rivers, everything's in full bloom in the summer if you're liking the warmer weather. And then you're having a touch of the winter when you're getting to the other side in autumn. And last but not least, obviously COVID-19 is a thing that's happening still in the world, and your safety is the utmost important to us. So we are making sure that we have a health and safety policy of when you're traveling with us, so that you are safe. All we ask you to do is sit back, relax, and enjoy your journey, and we'll handle all those safety precautions. For any updated information about that, you can head to rockymountaineer.com. And thank you very much. Hopefully I've inspired you to head to Western Canada and experience Rocky Mountaineer with Inspiring Vacations. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. That was amazing and takes me back because I've done that journey and it is unbelievable. You're completely right. Eggs Benedict all the way, all the top right.
Yeah.
So for lunch, take that. Rightio. So thanks to Ben. We do have some itineraries on offer which are going to include the Rocky Mountaineer. So we're going to show you those now. Now, my colleague Paul Hocking, Marston's co-founder, co-person, I guess, product manager extraordinaire who looks after our Canada portfolio. He couldn't be with us today, unfortunately. He has done his session for us. He is going to take us through all the different itineraries. Then we're going to hear from Martin on South America, which I can't wait because I'm sure it's going to be entertaining. But we are going to play a short video now just to, I guess, outline the different itineraries that we have available, both on the Western Canadian side and also on Eastern Canada as well. I'm going to make it bigger for you. One moment.
Hello everyone, my name is Paul and I'm a product manager here at Inspiring Vacations. Today I'm really excited to talk to you about our range of tours to Canada and Alaska. Now this is by far one of the most impressive destinations in the world. As you can see just from this image here, whether it's your first time or you're a returning traveller, region. And today I'm going to talk to you about a couple of our tours to this beautiful destination and also a couple of the offers that we have for you today at our event. All right. So let's start off in Western Canada. Now, this 16-day incredible Canada and Alaska tour is the best. Starting in Calgary, you'll have a night there in the capital of Alberta. and then we'll head into Banff National Park. So we base ourselves in Canmore, which is a fantastic spot to base ourselves to explore the Rockies and all that Banff National Park has to offer. From here, we'll head into Kamloops in the Okanagan region for a night before heading to Whistler, which is obviously one of the most famous ski destinations in the world. Host to the 2010 Olympic Winter Games. There is something for everyone in Whistler, fantastic dining, surrounded by beautiful mountain ranges before we head to Vancouver for 3 nights. Now, having spent a few years in Canada, Vancouver is definitely one of my favorite cities in the world. It is such a multicultural city. It's very cosmopolitan. The dining is phenomenal, excellent shopping, and its setting on the harbour and surrounded by mountains is just something to behold. So a really beautiful place to spend a few nights before boarding, of course, your Inside Passage cruise up to Alaska. No trip to Canada is complete without tacking on this cruise. It is such a beautiful way to travel. The sheltered waters of the Inside Passage, mean you're going to have a nice, calm journey. And just some of the ports and the natural wonders that you're going to see are phenomenal. So we'll talk a little bit more detail about that shortly. Moving across, we've also got our 16-day incredible Rocky Mountaineer and Alaska tour. So this tour is very similar to the incredible Canada trip, except we've included the Rocky Mountaineer train journey. Now, this is by far one of the world's greatest train journeys. And I'm sure a lot of you here today are keen to get onto this train journey either next year or the year after. Now, there's a couple of service levels, which I'm sure the Rocky Mountaineer team will speak to you in a bit more detail about, but it is a fantastic way to travel before boarding your Inside Passage cruise. Heading over to Eastern Canada, we've got the 23-day Eastern Canada, the Rockies and Alaska. Now, this is for all of you who want to see all of Canada. You know, this is the quintessential journey for you if you want to see the East and the West and Alaska. We have 3 nights in Toronto, the capital of Ontario and the biggest city in Canada. Then we head up to Ottawa, which is the capital of Canada. So we explore the provincial buildings and the Parliament Hill area before heading deep into French Canada. Now, this is basically like stepping back in time. You'll feel like you're in a little village in Europe, walking through the cobbled streets of Quebec City. It is so stunning. Before we head to Montreal, which is the largest French-speaking city outside of Paris. So it's a really unique part of the world to explore. And then we fly you over to Calgary, where you'll join the 16-day incredible Canada and Alaska tour, and then finishing off up in Alaska. Over to the 15-day Eastern Canada and New England cruise. Now, this is for those of you who may have been to Western Canada already and wanting to explore the eastern side in a little bit more detail. So we see Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal, and Quebec City, and then you'll board a cruise from Montreal up through Eastern Canada and then finishing in Boston. And so you'll see some of those ports in New England in the northeastern United States. That's with Holland America. So that's a really beautiful cruise to take. It's a smaller sort of ship and you get into some of these little fishing villages. It's a really beautiful, beautiful cruise, and it's a fantastic way to see this part of the world. Now, obviously, Canada has some incredible sightseeing to witness. Now, the photo on the left here is Banff. This is one of the quintessential images of Canada and the Rockies. This is Banff Avenue here, framed by the imposing mountains, and it is such a great place to spend a few days. All of our tours to Western Canada will include a visit to Banff, where you get to spend time shopping, and we'll do some touring around the region. So it's such a stunning part of the world, and it is obviously a major highlight on any trip to Canada. Over to Vancouver here, as you can see by this image, it is just such a picturesque setting. It's on the harbour, so a lot of people compare it to Sydney, but you know, with those mountains around, it is such a beautiful part of the world. And it's also just, there's so much to do in Vancouver itself. So all of our tours have at least 3 nights there, where you'll get to spend time walking around. It's very easy to navigate on your own. And there's so many restaurants, there's so much shopping, there's so much history there in little areas like Gastown. So it is a really great place to visit. And it's a very safe and multicultural city framed by those mountains. Now, in the Rockies, the Icefields Parkway here on the left is definitely one of the most picturesque drives in the world. All of our tours to Western Canada will include at least part of the Icefields Parkway. And as you can see just from this photo here, you're traveling through these glacial valleys with huge soaring mountains on one side. You'll be traveling next to, turquoise blue lakes and rivers, and it is just so beautiful. And it's a really good place to see some wildlife. So another part of Canada, why it draws so many visitors year in, year out, is the wildlife. So here you'll see bighorn sheep. They're abundant in the Rockies. But as well as the bighorn sheep, you'll have the chance to see grizzly bears, wolves, black bears, moose, and that's just to name a few. So, you'll certainly see some wildlife on your trip to Canada. And if you're lucky, you might see a grizzly or a moose. Now let's head up to Alaska. So this is one of the last frontiers in the world. It is so beautiful, so remote, very wild, and the Sawyer Glacier is included on all of our Western Canada itineraries with the Royal Caribbean cruise up to Alaska. So one of the most incredible experiences of my life, I was lucky enough to go up on one of these cruises, and witnessing these glaciers, you just don't understand the sheer scale of these glaciers until you're actually there. And if you're lucky, you might get to see big chunks of ice carving into the placid waters up there. And it is just so phenomenal. It's so loud. The scale of it is impressive. And, some of these chunks of ice are larger than 10, 20-story buildings. So it really is an incredible experience to witness. And one of those things that you're going to talk to your friends about when you get home, because I know I certainly have, and I think they've heard enough about it by now. On the right here, you'll see Ketchikan. So this is an example of one of the little ports that all of the cruisers up to the Inside Passage visit. Now, Ketchikan is such a beautiful little town. You'll explore Creek Street that's pictured there. It's the salmon capital of the world, so a really good place for shore excursions around salmon, fishing. It's a good place to see bears, because during the salmon run of August and September, the bears all come out and try and catch those salmon. So there's plenty of shore excursions to do. That's just a couple of the ports that we'll visit, but there's so many more things to see during the Alaska Inside Passage cruise. Now, heading over to Eastern Canada, no trip is complete without a visit to Niagara Falls. So over in the West, there is such diverse natural attractions, but that's the same goes for the East. Niagara Falls is definitely one of the most iconic waterfalls in the world, and all of our tours to Eastern Canada will include a visit there. Now, you'll have the chance to board the Maid of the Mist, or the Voyage to the Falls, which is the boat ride that goes up to the Niagara Falls. And you put your poncho on and you feel the sheer power of these falls. It is a fantastic experience, and one of those bucket list things that you have to do once in your life. Now, as I mentioned before, Quebec City and French Canada, it's like you're stepping back in time. You're going to a little village in Europe. As you can see pictured here, little narrow streets, cobblestones, stone architecture, and it's just got such a fascinating history, which you'll learn about from our tour director, who will be with you on your trip to Eastern Canada. Now, I just want to talk about some of the amazing inclusions that you'll receive by booking one of the trips that we've highlighted with Inspiring Vacations. So obviously all of the incredible sightseeing that I just mentioned, and that's just to name a few. There is so much to see and do in Canada and Alaska. I could speak about it all day if I had the time, but unfortunately I don't. So if you do want a bit more information, feel free to go and speak to our reservations team or ask questions at the end of this session about some of the things that you can see and do over in Canada and Alaska. All of our tours are partially escorted, so there'll be some days where you're on your own, and a lot of the days you'll be with an expert tour director or a local guide. That's such a great way to learn about the destination and find out about the history and learn about the culture and just really immerse yourself in these places that you're visiting. We include quality, well-located 3-star hotels throughout Canada. So all of our hotels are hand-picked. The cruise ships are absolutely well appointed. So the accommodation is extremely comfortable, and we've done that so that you've got a really nice place to rest after a long day's touring, after a long day's sightseeing. All of our tours to Canada and Alaska include a cruise. So you've either got the choice in the west of the 7-night Alaska Inside Passage cruise, or in the east, we've also got the 7-night Holland America New England cruise. So both cruise journeys are iconic. They're both one of those things that you need to see and do at some point during your life. And, you know, I know luckily for me, I've gone on the Inside Passage cruise and I just can't wait to get back up there. And we've also got Rocky Mountaineer options available. So if you'd like to add Rocky Mountaineer to your Canada or Alaska tour, speak to our reservations team and we have an offer for you. Now, to thank you all for coming along today, we've put together some incredible offers that are only available for you today. So a trip to Canada or Alaska, we've got trips starting from $4,999 per person, twin share. So if you look around, you'll see a similar tour for around $6,000. So our tours always represent incredible value. And today we've got an offer of return airfares from Melbourne for only $499 per person. Now that is a spectacular deal. The flights alone are valued at almost $2,000. So we're just really excited to get you over to Canada or Alaska, and really, you know, happy to share these fantastic offers with you today. Now we've got departures from May to September 2022. It is selling out fast. Canada and Alaska is one of the most popular destinations in the world. So we highly recommend you book as soon as possible to avoid disappointment. Now, if you do have any questions about our Canada or Alaska tours or any of the inclusions that I mentioned, please feel free to ask questions now to our colleague. Thank you so much for joining me, and we can't wait to see you in Canada and Alaska. Thank you.
It is not to be here today. Hopefully you got a lot out of his presentation. Just to the guys who...
Hello everyone, my name is Paul and I'm a product manager here at Inspiring Vacations.
Offer at the end is available for all eastern cities, Brisbane, Sydney and Melbourne of $499. Now we're going to move on to South America. Now Martin's Argentinian, so he's very, very passionate particular destination. So this could go on for quite a while. We've only got about 20 minutes, Martin, so try and keep it concise. But yeah, incredible place. Over to Martin.
Thank you very much. Up this mic so our friends on the internet can listen and hear us as well. Wrong way around. That'll do. Excellent. Can hear me? Okay, cool. I think we've got a video. Yes, we've got a video of one of our tour leaders to show you. It's only a couple of minutes. Let's listen to him.
Hi, my name is Giuliano Galesi, and I am a tour guide in Lima. Right now we are located in Barranco, one of the 42 districts of Lima City. This is known as the Bohemian district of Lima. There are two things that you can do really interesting in Barranco. One is to find all the places where you can have a pisco sour, the national drink of Peru. The other thing is that you can find a lot of really beautiful places to eat. Like for example, behind me you can see a sky blue building. This building is known as Tío Mario, where you can find one of the delicacies of the country, the bull heart kebab. Trust me, if you're coming to Peru, you really want to try this. This is just a small show of what Lima is and also what Peru can be. We have culture, we have art, but we also have all the races in the world. And that's one of the marvelous things of this country. We have everything. The result of Peruvian gastronomy nowadays is the mixtures of cultures and races. And that is one of the wonderful things that you can find in this country. So, are you ready? Let's go.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, everyone. If you were in the previous presentation, remember that if you stay awake and you listen to our presentations and you pay attention, at the end of it, we're going to ask a question. And the first person to raise their hand and answer correctly is going to win a bottle of wine, right? So don't go asleep on me, stay with me. The trip I want to introduce you today is this 19-day Inspiring South America. It is a pleasure for me to tell you all about this trip, not only because I'm Argentinian, I can pronounce those names correctly. I know them by heart. I was also a tour leader in South America, same as Julian. I was back in the days when I had a lot more hair than this. I was a tour leader there, so it's a great honor for me to be able to show these places to you. This 19-day tour starts in Buenos Aires. We spend one night there, and then we fly up to the Iguazu Falls. We spend two nights in the Iguazu Falls. Then we fly to Rio de Janeiro, and then we fly again all across the continent to Peru. Land in Lima, go to the Amazon jungle before we bring you to Cusco, the Sacred Valley, Machu Picchu, of course. Then we go to Lake Titicaca and finish our tour in Lima. Don't have to memorize this map now. I'm going to take you little by little through this itinerary. So the trip starts in Buenos Aires. And we are going to take you on a city tour and see all the highlights that you have to see in Buenos Aires. La Boca, Recoleta, the Obelisk, all the must-see. But Buenos Aires is an enormous city, huge, really enormous. So if you want to see it, if you haven't been there and you want to see it, highly recommended that you spend a couple of days before the trip to do a little bit of sightseeing on your own. We can help you with the pre-accommodation. We can help you with a few optional activities. So keep that in mind if you want to explore Buenos Aires in depth. And I'm sorry if you are a vegetarian or if you are vegan, but I had to put that photo of that barbecue there in front of you. The best beef in the world, and I say that with confidence. Barbecues, asados, as we call them there, it's a way we catch up with our families, we catch up with friends. It's Tuesday's dinner, Wednesday's dinner, Thursday's dinner. So we eat a lot of beef and we do it really well. When we have a barbecue, when we have an asado, we don't just go to the butcher and buy a kilo of porterhouse. We buy a quarter of a cow and we cook it slowly. And we drink a bowl of wine whilst it's cooking. So it's a very cultural, very cultural moment. Has anyone been to Argentina before? Yes? Am I bluffing here about the beef? Is the beef all right there? Excellent. Thank you. This is not programmed. This is not arranged. Thank you for confirming. So we spend there in Buenos Aires. We show you all the highlights, and then we fly. We fly north. We fly to the Iguazu Falls, and we spend 2 days there because we'll take you both to the Brazilian side of the Iguazu Falls. It's an absolute pain for me. The Iguazu Falls are bang on the border of Argentina and Brazil. So they're half theirs, half ours, which is terrible. For us, Argentinian is like sharing the Great Barrier Reef with New Zealand or something like that. But anyway, we live with it. We take you there, we go to both sides. Now, the Argentinians have the falls. When you go to the Argentinian side, you can expect to get wet. You walk under the falls, you get sprayed on, you need your poncho, you will have to have your camera inside a plastic bag. So it's a very immersive experience. When you go to the Brazilian side, you can wear your nice shoes, nice trousers, nice shirt, go for a walk, take a photo. Completely different experience. So we take you to both sides so you see them both. After we explore the Iguazu Falls to our heart's content, we fly up north to Rio de Janeiro, the Cidade Maravilhosa, like they call it there in Brazil. A stunning city. It hurts me as an Argentinian to say, but it's probably the most beautiful big South American city in South America, of course. It's stunning. When in there, we'll spend 3 nights. It's a lot to see, a lot to carry. So we will take you up to the Christ. Of course, we'll take you up to those amazing views and see those amazing views from the Christ. We will take you to the Sugarloaf, which is the mountain on the opposite side of a small picture. So you will see all of Rio. By this point, there's been a bit of traveling, a little bit of moving. So we'll give you a full day for you to relax. Spend a day in Rio de Janeiro.
doing nothing, you would probably spend it walking by Ipanema, by Copacabana Beach. You can sit at the cafe where the Guild of Ipanema was written. It's a great experience. A very vibrant city. It's very hot. In Rio, it's always hot. It's always hot or warm. So people are very lively, very alive. It reminds me a lot of Australia. I only came to Australia 20 years ago. The accent doesn't want to go away, but yeah, Brazil and Rio especially reminds me a lot of the coast of Australia. So great vibe up there. 3 days in Brazil, we fly to Peru. Lima, that's right. We fly you into Lima, we spend a night in Lima, and the next day we'll take you to see all the highlights of Lima. I won't touch too much in Lima because I want to get out of Lima straight away. Look, I love Julian, but Lima, it's not the greatest city in South America. You want to see it, you want to explore it, but 2 days, it's enough. We fly out of Lima and we take you to the Amazon jungle of Peru, which is an absolutely amazing experience. We have a great Amazon lodge prepared for you. And it's a great story actually to tell about the Amazon jungle, because I said to you, I was a tour leader there. And then I worked in the industry for many years. So I've been going to the Amazon jungle for the last 20 years. And every time I went, I've seen more wildlife. It's not a matter that these days, you see less. No, these days you see more. They've understood really well in Peru, and especially in this part of the world, and especially the lodges where we go, that people travel all around the world, not just to see green trees and brown rivers, but to see wildlife. And the wildlife is returning and getting closer and closer to the lodges and to the communities, which is great to see. So these days, you're almost guaranteed to see the parrots there licking on the clay walls. It's a great experience. Wake you up nice and early. You've been there, right? You've seen that? Yeah, I can see your face. You've seen that. You get up nice and early, go into the little hideouts, and you just wait for the parrots to come in and they lick. And then they fly away. We go have breakfast, and then we go and explore all of the Amazon jungle. Lots of things to see. Capybaras, the families of capybaras these days are everywhere. You get to see giant otters again, it's great to see. And if you're lucky, you get to see jaguars as well. A couple of days, 3 days, 2 nights here in the Amazon jungle, and we fly to Cusco. From Cusco, we move on straight to the Sacred Valley for 2 reasons. One, the Sacred Valley is absolutely stunning. Who wants to go to Peru but hasn't been to Peru? You want to go to Peru? Have you heard of the Sacred Valley before? Have you? Yes, okay, good. Because a lot of people don't know about the Sacred Valley, and it really does take you by surprise. So we take you there for 2 reasons. One is amazing, and secondly, Cusco is a little bit high for the first night. So we prefer to take you to the Sacred Valley, which is a little bit lower, a little bit more comfortable. We spent 2 nights there exploring the Sacred Valley of the Incas. Enormous importance for the Incas back on the days. This was the food bowl. This was where they grew all the grains and all the food for most of the Inca Empire. Hugely significant. And then we will move on to the one and only Machu Picchu. I've been, again, fortunate to be there 15 times. And nothing prepares you to that moment when you stand there and you see Machu Picchu for the first time. And again, it's a story of the sooner if you go now, you will actually see a different Machu Picchu than what you saw 10, 15 years ago, because they're constantly restoring it, rebuilding, digging it out. So every time you go, you see more of how this amazing Inca citadel, which needs no introduction, used to look like. We get to Machu Picchu back and forth by train. As you can see here, scenic train. It's only a two-hour ride. It's not any Rocky Mountain here, but it's a nice little experience. After Machu Picchu, we travel to Cusco. I say Rio is my favorite big city in South America. Cusco is my favorite small city in South America. Cusco in Quechua means belly button. It was the belly button of the empire. The Incas expanded north, south, east, and west from Cusco. And then the Spaniards came, of course, and they used the incredible buildings that the Incas had, and they built with that their churches, their houses, their terraces. So today, Cusco is an incredible amalgamation of Inca and Spanish architecture that you won't get to see anywhere else in South America. So absolutely stunning. From Cusco, we move on. We go south to the lake Titicaca. It's in places like the Lake Titicaca and the Sacred Valley But you get to understand that the Incas haven't died, that the Inca civilization hasn't disappeared. The Inca civilization is very much thriving there, and you'll see with them the way they work the land, on the traditions and the customs. You will see that the Incas are still there, which is wonderful to see. This Lake Titicaca is quite amazing. The photo that you see there is of the Uros Islands. Anyone been to the Uros Islands? Yeah? Did you sink when you were in Uros Islands? Did the island sink? No, okay, good. They're probably getting stronger and stronger, the islands, as we go. You see, they build these islands with totora roots. They dry it out, and then they put layer over layer over layer of the totora root. So when you go and visit the younger islands, the smaller islands, sometimes the group starts sinking and you have to move to the other side of the island. So anyway, amazing experience for everyone to see. From Lake Titicaca, down in south in Puno, we fly you up to Lima, where this adventure comes to the end. You can go to the Galapagos Islands, you can continue your journey, or we can bring you back home if you want to. Amazing inclusions on this trip, small group tour, no more than 20 people, which in this case, for destinations like South America, it really does make sense to travel in a small group tour. You want to get in there, you want to get under the skin of the destination, so it's a lot easier for a tour leader like Julian to show you the best places to go with a small group tour. So it's a great size of a group. Quality accommodation, 4 stars accommodation throughout, super comfortable accommodation. And of course, we have 2 nights at the stunning Amazon Lodge there in the jungle. Expert local guide, Julian is one of them, and you can't underestimate what a good leader will do to your group. A good leader will show you the local places to go, where to shop, where not to shop, where is good to go, where is not good to go, and it will help you out if you need assistance. So a good leader makes a difference, and we are very, very proud of South American leaders. They're absolutely amazing. Comprehensive sightseeing, as we mentioned before, and then daily breakfast, 3 lunches and 2 dinners with plenty of opportunities for you to go and try pisco, ceviche, asado, and all the different amazing cuisine that we've got in South America. For today, we've got an amazing price as well. This trip is going from $5,999, and you can purchase your international flights for only $999, which usually costs $1,600, $1,700. So a great price. Brendan is going to tell you all about how to book it and so on, but make the most of this unique offer because it will go fast. We got departure dates from February, as early as February next year to 2013. So plenty of opportunities for you to travel. Don't pass this a lot better than I.
That did not disappoint, Martin, I must say. He is amazingly passionate about the destination, as you can see. That definitely shone through. Thank you so much. So how to book, super easy. So we'll do questions in a moment. We'll go through the how to book, and we're going to do a prize, I think, as well. Very, very difficult question. I have looked at it, so we'll see though. So how to book. If you want to book today to take advantage of the air offer. So the air offer is the event offer, $999 for Canada and South America. It's a low deposit, $99 in most cases, $199 for some particular departures. It's completely refundable for 7 days. So you can lock in the offer, low deposit, secure the event offer, and then if you change your mind within the next 7 days, you can get a full refund. We do have our reservations guys here. They are in the room, just sort of diagonal to us, just over here. My colleagues will show you on the way out. Alternatively, it's so easy to book online. I think you've all got a pricing sheet probably there in that folder that you're holding. Each tour has a QR code. We're also familiar with QR codes now. It is super easy. Scan the QR code. It's just name and credit card, and that is booked in for you. And then again, even if you book online, it's still got the 7-day cooling off period as well. And then we haven't been anywhere in like 2 years. So a lot of people are wanting to book quite a lot of trips. I'm one of them, like to book back-to-back trips. Even if you don't want to travel back-to-back and you want to book one for the start of the year, you want to book one for the end of the year, the second trip has a 5% discount with Inspiring Vacations as well. Now, let's do the prize. As I said, it's a really difficult question. So Martin, you're going to have to be on the ball with this one because I think a few hands might go up. It is fastest hand up first, and obviously we do need the correct answer, but raise your hand, the fastest, answer correctly, and a bottle of wine from Inspiring Vacations. I should say Inspiring Vines and Inspiring Vacations, is yours. So ready? Where in the world, or what country will you find Machu Picchu?
Gentlemen here. Peru.
Excellent. All right, that is the end of our South America and the Americas session. Does anybody have any questions? Martin and I are more than happy to answer as many as we can, even about Canada as well. We know Paul did that one. We'll do our best to answer that. Yes, sir.
What airlines do you use for the South Americans?
At the moment, the only airline that actually is flying is LATAM. So they code share with Qantas, but it's the LATAM or Chilean Airways will go over there.
Direct flight or stop New Zealand or?
Depends the day of the day of the week. So they've got a couple of routes. It's usually departs from Sydney. So obviously they've got to get up to Sydney. There are some Melbourne departures, but it's not every single day. And sometimes it does go via Auckland and then Santiago in Chile before onwards to your destination. Yes. Yep. Yeah, it's a good question. Most rooms overseas, we have a maximum occupancy of 2 people. What we usually say, if you're wanting to travel with 3 people or 4 people, it is just to get a second room. And so that person would pay a single supplement for that additional room, but they would have their own room for the entirety of the trip as well. Yep. Yep, so.
How much extra is the gold class?
I believe it starts from about $800. Our reservations guys will be able to give you that exact amount. I cannot recommend upgrading to that enough. $800, well worth it in my opinion. You get the lunches and breakfast down in the restaurant, so you get to get up from your seat, go down to the restaurant, and it's just a spectacular experience. Yes, yes, ma'am.
What level of fitness do you need to go to South?
Yeah, that's a good question. Look, there's a bit of walking involved.
I'll stand close so you can talk into the microphone.
There's a bit of walking involved in places like Machu Picchu. You know, you need to walk your way around. In the Sacred Valley, there's also a little bit of walking. But the fitter you are, the more you're going to enjoy it. But as always, you can opt out of activities if you decide that you've had enough that day or you want to take a rest that day. So yeah, it's definitely, you don't need to be an athlete to complete this activity. Sure.
We always just say average level of fitness, and you can definitely enjoy that trip. Yes, ma'am.
How much time do you get to spend at Machu Picchu?
It's a good question. Back in the days, you went to Machu Picchu and you spent whatever time you wanted in Machu Picchu. It is a very, very different experience these days. It's highly regulated. You buy your ticket and you have a certain amount of time allowed in the Citadel, and there's a circuit you need to follow. But normally it takes you 3 to 3.5 hours to go through it. Might not sound like a lot. Believe me, it is. It's a great place and great to see. But 3 to 3.5 hours, it's more than enough to see it all, to understand what they did on that amazing place and so on. So yeah.
I think there was a question. Yes, ma'am. Yep, we'll get our res guys to look at that for you on the way out if that's okay. They differ by tour, so it just depends on what tour you're going on for that one. Yes, ma'am.
Good question, and they're great. They're great. We ask you to have your travel insurance, and when people need medical assistance, you end up at private facilities which are top class. Especially in Peru, Cusco is a place where people tend to get a little bit sick and need that medical attention, and they're great. We've had only amazing, great experiences when travelers had needed assistance. So yeah, nothing to worry about.
Any other questions? Oh, I'm getting signal to this. That's the end of the time. Okay. Is anybody staying on for the expedition cruising session next? Yeah, if you feel free to stay seated. Otherwise, there's tea and coffee out there as well for you guys as well. If anybody would like to stay, you're welcome to stay. We do have other people coming in. All we ask is that just stand up and wait at the back of the room until the others come in, and then whatever free seats are left, feel free to take them. As I said, my colleague at the back of the room will direct you if you want to go speak to our reservations guys, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Welcome back for those that have rejoined us. For those that are just joining us, welcome to the Greatest Travel Show. I love this next session. It is incredibly exciting. We've got a special guest. So one of our very, very good partners, Hurtigruten, experts in small ship expedition cruising. I've got Damien Perry joining us today. He is the MD for Australia Pacific for Hurtigruten. He's going to run us through what it's all about to undertake an expedition cruise. We've got people dialing in, which is fantastic to watch the session as well. I am going to hand over to Damien. While I'm doing so, just going to play a quick opening video of this amazing experience.
I'm the Managing Director for Hurtigruten Asia Pacific. Thank you, Brendan, for having us here today. Looking at those photos, it's great and very, very inspiring, because at the moment we're at that stage where we're just getting back into travel, and it's thrilling. And those images are really exciting. Those images are taking us down to Antarctica. They take us up to Svalbard, a little town called Longyearbyen. There's Alaska, the Caribbean, and it's such an exciting time. Just imagine for the last 2 years, our captains and our crew that are been desperately sitting on shore waiting to start traveling again. So it's a real thrill that everything is coming back into order again, and we're starting to move again, which is so exciting. But I'm not sure if you actually know much about Hurtigruten. Hurtigruten is a Norwegian expedition travel company, and it started in 1893. It started off with a chap called Richard Witt, or Richard Witt, his name is. And Richard Witt started traveling from southern Norway up to northern Norway. And it became a supply chain for goods, services, and for people, for tourism. From 1893, believe it or not, tourism kicked off along the coast of Norway for local travellers. From there, the company expanded, and we actually today have a worldwide program that takes us to all different areas from the very north, right up around Spitsbergen and Svalbard, in the high Arctic, right down to Antarctica, Northwest Passage, South America, Galapagos. And it's just an exciting portfolio. And one of the most important things about Hurtigruten is that as we've evolved over the many years, we've actually taken quite a strong view on how we see the world. And that view has actually been created by our captains and our crew, because they've been travelling for a very, very long time. Some of our captains have been with us for over 20 years. And they've seen how the world has changed, and they've seen the impact of our climate and any change in our climate. So they've actually driven a really strong position when it comes to sustainability. And that's a real thrill for us, because for us as a business, we want to travel to all these different areas. We want to share our knowledge and our experiences, but we also want to leave the smallest possible footprint. So sustainability becomes very, very important to us. Our travellers are like you in this room, but they come from all over the world. Norwegians, Americans, Brits, Germans, French, Australians, Kiwis, everyone. We actually have travellers that come from everywhere, which is really exciting, which makes our experience even more thrilling, because you're meeting like-minded travellers, like-minded explorers that are trying to adventure and see the world. And one of those great places of seeing the world is the unique destinations that we travel to, such as Antarctica. Has anyone been to Antarctica, just out of curiosity? Amazing. A couple of nods, thumbs up. That is one of the most extraordinary things that we do, and one of the things we love, and it's one of the things we're very, very passionate about. And I say, put it on your bucket list. It is just one of those places that's worth travelling to, one of those places that puts everything into perspective. And it's really, really interesting, because a long, long time ago, someone told me, when I was actually selling Antarctica, they actually said to me, you've never been to Antarctica, have you? And at this stage, I hadn't been. And I went, no, I haven't been. And they said, you're saying everything right about Antarctica, but actually, if you've been to Antarctica, you actually lost the words. And it's true. It's one of those things that's overwhelming. It's very hard to describe. It's actually more of a feeling than it is an adjective or a way to actually describe this place, because it is somewhat overwhelming. And we do explore down in that region of the world. And when we explore down there, we make sure that we actually leave minimal impact. And we do that in many, many ways. We actually, as a business, our focus on sustainability being so strong that we were the first adventure company, first cruise company in the world to remove single-use plastic. So we took out all single-use plastic. Even though you've been to a hotel and they've got plastic cups, often the plastic cups are wrapped in plastic, and then you have a toothbrush in plastic, and then there's other plastic, and there's plastic water bottles. Everything has been removed from our ships. We removed, in the first year, when we took plastic off the agenda, 32 tonnes of plastic. 32 tonnes. And that has happened every year from then on. So that's been a real thrill for us to make such a dynamic change in how we actually go forward and how we cruise. But on the sustainability front, it's a really important core factor for us. It's one of the things that really drives us. And we've also been moving into a space of innovation. So we're actually the first company to design, build, and deliver hybrid-powered expedition ships. So these are battery-powered expedition ships. Can you imagine a Prius, Toyota Prius? Everyone knows a Toyota Prius. You know, you drive along, you motor along, charges the batteries drives the engine, and we use that on these ships, which is actually brilliant because it lowers your emissions. It lowers the really poisonous SOx and NOx if you're into the science of it all. So that is actually a great thrill for us, because not only does it lower our emissions where we go, can you just imagine sailing into an area, a harbour or a bay in Antarctica on battery alone, near silence, near stealth, moving into a harbour and anchoring there? And when we anchor, we actually don't anchor. We don't drop an anchor anymore. We use GPS and we use the ship's power to actually position us in one place. So again, another step where we don't make an impact as we travel. And that sort of focus on sustainability is something that the whole organisation are very proud about. And it comes from within the organisation. And it's something that when you're actually on board our ships, it's not thrown at you, but it's something that you can engage in and experience while you're travelling. We have been around for a long time. I mentioned that earlier. We started in 1893, but our first expedition was 1896. Our very first expedition, believe it or not, started in 1896, and it was from Norway to a tiny little place called Longyearbyen. Longyearbyen is up in the high Arctic in Svalbard, and it's one of the most incredible places to go in the world. It has a population of around 2,000 people, has a small university, has a brewery, which is really important, very, very important, has a couple of little restaurants here and there, and there's a small town that lives there, a very small community there. And the unique thing about this town is that basically anyone in the world can go and live there. There's no barrier. Now, you have to choose to live in the dark for at least 6 months of the year and live in the sun for the other 6 months of the year, approximately. So it's quite a radical place to be. But the interesting about Longyearbyen and Svalbard is actually there's more polar bears than there are people in the region. So it is really one of the most spectacular places to go. And that started back in 1896, which is a real thrill that we've actually been sailing for such a long time. And from that period, we just expanded. We went further and further afield, sharing our knowledge, more experience, travellers from around the world. It's been a real buzz to go to these new destinations. And those new destinations vary greatly. High Arctic, Northwest Passage. It's a must for many, many people to go along the Northwest Passage. Alaska, South America, Galapagos. The list goes on. So if you wish to explore some of these places with a sustainable expedition company of small ships, then Hurtigruten should be considered. One of the things that blew my mind when we were traveling around, and I've been to both, I went to Antarctica before the world flipped upside down, and I went to Greenland, and they were both very, very different experiences. When you go to Antarctica, it's quite a journey. It's wonderful. You come into South America, culturally rich. You start off in Buenos Aires, you fly down to Ushuaia, and then from Ushuaia, you join the ship. And then from the ship, you cross the famous Drake Passage. And everyone talks about the Drake Passage. Well, the Drake Passage is just a piece of ocean. It's not that scary. In fact, there's a saying, it's either the Drake Shake or the Drake Lake. And that's the variation you get on your journey. And I was fortunate enough to experience both. So on one way down, it was very, very calm, just sailed through Drake Passage to the peninsula. On the way back, it was a little bit rocky. It was a little bit rocky, I must admit, but it was exciting. It was really, really a great thrill. But our ships are designed to do that. And when you're traveling, one of the most incredible things about where we go is nature. And obviously, if you're heading to places like up in the Arctic, such as Svalbard and Spitsbergen region, and looking for polar bears potentially, or when you're heading down to Antarctica, you see something incredible. Nature comes to you. And this is incredible. You're actually sailing along through areas along the coast of Antarctica, along the peninsula, and whales will just be swimming past, they swim under the ship. In fact, on our last sailing before we had a break, we actually had one of the whales come up and clear barnacles off its side by rubbing against our ship. There's no fear, which is so exciting. It is so wonderful. When you're on shore and you're doing your daily activities from an explorer boat and you do a cruising along the water, you do a landing on shore, there's seals and penguins, and you stop in your place as thousands of penguins walk past, because our rule is actually it's their town, not ours, so we don't get in their way. And I've been in that experience where I stood there for 20 minutes as a whole group of penguins just kept on walking past, right across my toes. They had no interest in me whatsoever. But it was just such an extraordinary thing to do, because nature is right at your doorstep, right at your feet, and you get to experience it close up, which is so exciting. It's so fun, so brilliant. I've touched on all these different things, but one of the wonderful things about Hurtigruten is it's a Norwegian company. If you know any Norwegians, and you may not, there's a bit of a shake there, if you know many Norwegians, they're pretty much like us. They're very, very casual. So on our ships, you won't see them walking around in suits and ties and black tie, because our experience is very casual. So the idea is to come on board, feel relaxed, enjoy the moment, and the Norwegians, like us, are very open and transparent and friendly, and it means that the environment on the board is very, very, very comfortable. And that's an exciting part of our journey too. Our ships are premium. They're beautiful and they're comfortable. The cabins are wonderful. We've got multiple restaurants on board. There's actually a spa. There's actually a gym. There's a sauna. The sauna has floor-to-ceiling windows. So as you sit in the sauna, you can cruised past giant icebergs. It's quite a moment, to be honest. It is quite a strange time to be down there and see this in this beautiful comfort. The restaurants on board serve international food. Very, very comfortable, very nice, very fresh. And all our produce is provided by the region we're sailing in. So it's really important that we actually make sure that we've got local supplies and local source food as well. So the options are endless. You can have a casual moment sitting in our Explorer bar, gin and tonic, cocktail, a champagne, a beer, wine, or you can just relax and read a book, or you can get out and you can actually do multiple activities while on board. All of our ships are small ships. So our ships carry 200 people, or a maximum on this one here, which is Amundsen, carries 500 people maximum. So they're actually very, very small and they're very comfortable. So if you think about cruising, there's a lot of perception about these big, large ocean liners. These are tiny in comparison, but they're built for ice. This one here is PC6 rated. So you can do what we've done here, which that is actually sucking ice down in Antarctica. And after that picture was taken, then people exited off the ship and stood on the ice. So quite a moment again. These are some of the most extraordinary experiences you can have. We also have this ship, MS Maud, and MS Maud focuses on the British Isles. So it's based out of Dover, which is fantastic. So you can join MS Maud in Dover and sail around the British Isles and come and go to some of the most remote areas around the British region as well. And MS Maud is a beautiful ship. It's been with us for some time now, and it's another one of our expedition ships. When you're traveling, obviously, you want to make sure that you're comfortable and you have everything you need. So depending where you're heading to, obviously when you're heading to the poles, north or south, it's best to bring some nice warm clothes, but what you don't have, we supply. So for example, here you'll see that we supply boots, because these boots, when we're traveling into these areas, are cleaned and basically polished to make sure we're not carrying any disease or plants or germs with us. You also have poles, and you're also given a jacket for those regions as well. The jacket's really great. It's a windproof jacket. It makes it a little bit more comfortable for you when you're there, but still you bring your own warm puffer jackets and thermals and other things because it is chilly. But you get the equipment, and if you don't have something, we have it for you. So there's no stress at all. These guys standing in this picture, that's actually our expedition team and a guest coming off one of our Explorer boats. So when you do a landing, we actually take the Explorer boats right up into shore. And then when you get there, the expedition team are there to help you get off the boat. There's normally, this picture is quite exciting in the fact that they've actually helped that person jump off the front of the boat. In reality, we have steps. So we can actually just climb down the steps, but the picture's more exciting. So we put that up there. But you can see why we actually give you boots, because you land in the water, you walk up onto the shore, and when you're in Antarctica and when you're up north, you're walking in snow, of course. So the boots are quite solid. They're very, very warm as well. Okay. And every time you exit the ship and every time you board the ship, you actually go through a disinfection stage to make sure we're not carrying anything with us. So the boots are cleaned, and then you take them to your room, into your cabin, and you put them in your cupboard to dry. Because in your cupboard, there's a little drying rack for you. You have your jacket and you have your life jacket with you as well. So it's very, very easy to travel, very, very comfortable, and everything you need is there on board with our team. But interestingly enough, it doesn't matter what the ship is. It doesn't matter the fact that this ship is, quite extraordinary in its own right. It's this one is at Amundsen again, and that's us taking off to do a landing. And it doesn't really matter about that, because what makes the difference is our expedition team. And our expedition team come from all over the world once again. We have scientists from Australia, from Norway, we have geologists, we have glaciologists, and they all come from different parts of the world, and they join us on board. And the whole concept of having such a diverse expedition team is that they're there to share their knowledge. The idea is to share as much information with you as possible about the destination we're traveling and the places we're visiting and why we're there and what we're doing there. And to top it up, the expedition team work hand in hand with scientists from around the world. So we work with scientists from the Norwegian Water Institute. We work with scientists from UTAS, University of Tasmania, International Marine Antarctic Society. And the idea is for us to take these scientists with us down to these regions so they can conduct research, they can do all the work that they need to do, and they can do it in part with our expedition team, and they share that knowledge with you. They share what they're doing. And in fact, not only do they share it, you can participate through our citizen science project, which means when they go out and they do get samples, they'll make an announcement on the ship and say, would anyone like to join us? And I saw this from myself when we were down in Antarctica. And one of the scientists made an announcement and said, we're doing some phytoplankton samples. Would anyone like to join us? If you do, come down to the mud room. And the mud room's just off that little door where you put on your boots and you get ready and you get to go. We sat there and about 100 people turned up. Everybody wanted to participate. So we put out all the explorer boats and we went out and we got samples and we went exploring again. And it was fantastic because it just shows the curiosity of the people who travel with us. People want to learn and they want to experience it and they want to engage with many of our scientists and many of our expedition team. But I promise you right now, these people, these expedition team members, these scientists who join us, they make your journey because they're there for you. They're there to engage with you. And on these ships that we take down to the Antarctica and we take up to Greenland and up to the high Arctic, all our ships have a science centre. And the science centre is extraordinary. This is us taking off from one of the expedition launches. Very, very easy access. You literally walk over, step onto the boat, take a seat, and we're off again. I suggest when you're doing this, you rug up, because this is the time where it gets coldest. Because you're out in the water, you're exposed, there's sometimes windy conditions. Always safe, always safe. We'll never do a landing if it was unsafe. We'll never do a landing if we're disrupting some sort of environmental situation or where there's animals. We'll just make sure that it's actually very, very clear. And when we're up in the high Arctic, which is wonderful, there's actually a scouting team that goes out first. And they go out for about 45 minutes to an hour. And they just make sure there's no polar bears around. Because we don't want to do a landing when there's polar bears. The best place to see a polar bear is from the deck of the ship or from your cabin when you open the doors and you're standing on the balcony. It is not great to see one close up. So, mind you, when I say close up, I've experienced it where they've literally been here and down on the street, polar bears walking across the ice. They're just doing their bit. But the team are very, very experienced in making sure your landing is safe and it's actually done in the right way. One of the great things about the landings we do is actually the explorer boats. And I think this is just as good as actually a landing anywhere we travel to. Because on the explorer boats, you actually get to see life as it is. There's explorer boats, a low emission, quiet boats that'll take you to shore. But as you're cruising around, they cruise nice and slowly. So you actually, if you're interested in photography, that's fantastic because you can take photos. You can take photos of the ice and the what's happening around you, the wildlife. And one of the moments I still vividly remember is that when we're down in Antarctica, we're sitting there and I was sitting probably, I don't know, midway along the explorer boat. And I was sitting there like this and I was looking out the back of the boat and everyone was looking out the front of the boat. And I just remember looking at the back of the boat and I thought to myself, what's that? As a whale just rolls its back, just right next to us and under our boat. It was I could just feel, I could just reach out and touch it. That's incredible. So the explorer boat journey is absolutely fantastic. This is our science centre and our team that actually presents a lot of the activities. And on board there are a lot of lectures as well. So you actually can participate in what interests you. And that is really, really important because there's a lot of activities to do when you're travelling with us on an expedition. We do landings, we do sea kayaking, they're all optional for you. You can actually do everything or you can do nothing. It's up to you what you wish to participate in. But one of the great things is the Science Centre and the lectures from our crew. That's a look at the Science Centre. We've actually got microscopes and we've got rec rooms and we've got photography sessions. We've got everything happening in this region. And it's a real buzz. It's actually called the heart of the ship. If you ask any expedition team member, this is where it all happens on a ship. It's not the Explorer Lounge, which is also very common, you know, a nice little bar and cafe and lounges. This is where it all happens. If you're interested, like I mentioned before, if you're interested in photography, we also make sure we have photography courses available as well. So you may just wish to participate and actually go out on one of the photography excursions or go out on the explorer boats, but you may also wish to join one of the courses as well. So we have photographers who are experienced in taking photos in these regions. So that's pretty exciting as well. There's plenty of options for you. The wellness and recreation, this is really, really important because the food is great. The food is fantastic and there's lots of food. There's no issue of food. Our menu is open all day. So as you're doing different activities, you never miss out on a meal, which means that if you're going early in the day or going late in the day, you might be going to a landing and then come back, and if you wish to do a lecture or you might actually participate in something else, the restaurant is open all the time. So this wellness centre is critical because it actually allows you to keep active, do different things, or as you can see at the top, just relax in the sauna. These are the multiple restaurants and explore around, so you can see the style and the quality of the ship itself. It's it's a premium standard, very Nordic design, so it's nice and clean, it's uncluttered. There's lots of space, there's plenty of room to move around. You never feel cramped on these ships. You never feel you're on top of someone else's space. And that's one of the great things about the way they design the ships as well. And these are the cabins. Now, the cabins are beautiful, they're comfortable, there's every facility and amenity you need is in the cabin. They're nice and warm, and there are different types of cabins. You can see the cabin down the bottom has a very large picture window, but then the top right has a balcony as well. My only tip for you is if you're going to Antarctica or the Arctic or going on an expedition, consider the balcony. Now, my last journey, I was in the one with the picture window and it was fabulous. No issue, good view, had the curtains open, could see everything, it was wonderful. But when a whale goes past, or when you're up north and a polar bear goes past, I had to get dressed, run upstairs, get onto the deck so I could watch it all happening. Well, my friends at the time would actually get up and actually open the door and stand on the balcony. And I was jealous, to be honest, I was jealous. Now, they talked about this and said how wonderful it was just to open the door and walk outside and just enjoy the view and have some private time as well. So I would consider that. There's just a couple more photos of the balconies, and that top is one of our beautiful suites as well. If you really wish to lash out and make sure you have the ultimate room and the ultimate comfort. We do cover a lot of the world, and we do cover all the way up north and all the way down south. The peninsula in Antarctica is spectacular, and if you're considering Antarctica, it is something we will never regret. I promise you, I've never met a person who's come back from Antarctica and said, wasted my time, wasted my money. It is just one of those extraordinary places. I feel exactly the same about the North. I feel that about Greenland and the journey we did up in Greenland. And I certainly feel that about Svalbard as well. Next on my bucket list is the British Isles. I want to travel right up north to St Kilda Island. I want to see where this community lives and how remote it is and how exposed it is. But there are so many different places. There's so many journeys that we can still do. And there's so many options there as well. I think Brendan's going to talk about the destinations in the fact that what we have available for you and what is on offer as well, and some of the itineraries. But just briefly, the British Isles is new to us. We've been sailing there for the last couple of years. The wonderful thing about the British Isles is it sails from Dover. You actually fly into London, if you wish, or somehow get to London. Then you head from London to Dover and you join the ship, which is absolutely brilliant. And then you head north from there, up the coast, Scotland, and that's my destination. That's where I want to head. My goal is to get to St Kilda. I've been reading about it. I've been listening to podcasts on it. I really want to get to this really unique island where there was a community living for a very, very long time. Greenland and Iceland is a must, I promise you. We actually pulled in here. It's actually a beautiful destination, wonderful, warm people, unique culture, a culture that still lives as it's lived for a very, very long time. And they're very, very warm. They want us to come in, they want us to experience it. And we're very, very conscious of the fact that we are traveling to a unique community, and we have to be very aware of how we actually leave the smallest possible imprint on their life there. But they actually enjoy working with us. We've created a lot of employment and a lot of jobs up there as well. And it's all year round jobs as well. So we make sure that if we're traveling somewhere, we support them as well. It is a stunning area, and I would actually consider that on your bucket list as well. Iceland is wonderful. We can circumnavigate Iceland. We can head into all different areas as well around Iceland. We do small coves and harbours and bays where we do landings, and we can visit towns in different areas as well. So Iceland is actually a beautiful destination as well, and something that is worth considering. And one of our favourites. I just want to leave you with this, because Antarctica is something that is so, so special. I've said it before. I can't actually really describe what it's like. I think you can ask the two gentlemen who put their hands up before about going to Antarctica and ask them what their experience is really like. But it is something that is so overwhelming and something that stays with you for a very, very long time. So it is worth the journey. And there is our beautiful Roald Amundsen and our explorer boats exploring some of the beautiful areas of Antarctica. And as you're traveling Antarctica, this is the peninsula and the area that we travel to. So as we head across the Drake Passage, we head to the South Shetland Islands, we head down to the peninsula. Depending on the condition and the captain sets the route, that's where we end up. Because he makes sure that it's safe where we're heading to. We'll try and head as far south as possible into little coves, and then we make our journey back again. Brendan, should I throw over to you to talk about what's available?
Oh, wow. So I've been very fortunate to start with one of the friends, maybe not so much friends anymore. We got to have the balcony cabin on the Greenland trip. Thank you. And I cannot recommend enough about what Damien said. It is fantastic to have those balcony cabins. Exactly how he explained it, it does happen. So the beauty of the balcony is you can get up, you don't have to rug up with 5 different layers to get up onto the top decks, and you can walk out on deck very quickly and see the amazing wildlife that is out on the other side. Now we're just going to skip through to the itineraries. We'll come back to this one in a moment. I think Damien would be good to talk about as well. Rightio. So Greenland, first off, this is one of the ones which for me, it was just almost a life-changing experience. I think it's fair to say. It's definitely one of the best travel trips I've ever done in my life, and I'll probably live with these memories forever. That grainy picture of a polar bear there was taken from my balcony. So that is why having a balcony is a fantastic opportunity. And you can, as I said, he was on the ice for maybe 30 seconds before he ducked into the water, and having the balcony there allowed us to see that, which was fantastic. So this is a full expedition cruise. So like all those fantastic explorer boats, Zodiacs, never know which one to call them when Damien's around. We'll go with Zodiacs. That's all included. You get all their onboard lectures as well. This particular one is a 12-night trip. So it starts in Reykjavik in Iceland, finishes in Reykjavik in Iceland, and you head up to Greenland on the eastern coast. You go up to Scoresbysund, which is the largest fjord system in the world. There are literally icebergs the size of that building next door floating by as you're cruising through this fjord area. You then head up to the northeast Greenland National Park. Now, this is known as one of the quietest places on Earth. There is obviously no, fake sounds. There's no human settlements up there. It is all just about the wilderness when you get up there as well. And actually very difficult to access. It's usually frozen over for the vast majority of the year. And so this itinerary allows you an opportunity to go into that fjord system as well. I have done something. Wait 1 second. There we go. Alrighty. So The landings, it is all about going ashore. This is what these expedition trips are about. And I 100% agree with Damien. It is what makes these trips special. It's going out on those little explorer boats. They try and get ashore every single day. Obviously, not when you're at sea and you're cruising to the destination, but when you are near land, subject to the captain's decision, he makes the final call. They do try and get on shore every single day on board those incredible Zodiacs. You've got those onboard lectures, which I think is what makes expedition cruising extra special, is about learning more about the destination that you're going to. So these guys are experts in their field. You've got geologists, you've got botanists, you've got professional photographers on board. These guys share their knowledge about the locations that you're visiting. Breakfast, lunch and dinner. So Damien touched on all those great restaurants, the dining experiences on board. Breakfast, lunch and dinner is included daily as part of your cruise fare. And you also get beer and wine and soft drinks during meals as well. Outside of that, if you want, you can purchase obviously things like beer, spirits and that at the bar as well, should you wish. This particular trip, it only goes on the 24th of August. Now, I did mention it's got a very narrow window. That's because some of those areas that you go to do have sea ice covering them for a good portion of the year. So this is the best time to go. It is starting from $9,499. Incredible value for what it is, for the places that you go. It's an amazing experience. Today, at this event, there is $300 extra onboard credit per person as part of this particular cruise. So that can go towards any drinks outside of meals. There is a shops on board as well, massages as well if you choose. You can add your airfares on. So I think this is the greatest value for this particular package. To get to Reykjavik, it's pretty much the other side of the world. You can add your flights on for $999, and those are usually valued up to about $2,200 per person. So incredible value if you do want to get to the Arctic next year. So as I said, 24th of August for this particular departure. The big one, now I haven't done this, unfortunately. Damien has, I'm so jealous. And so I'll be pitching to him how I can get down there this year, obviously, of course. This is an incredible trip, so 14 days. So this is one of our favorites at Inspiring Vacations. This one begins in Buenos Aires. For those that were at the South America session, Martin spoke very passionately about. You've got 3 nights in Buenos Aires. So there's a couple of nights at the start and there's a night at the end. And the reason for that is they fly you down on a charter flight down to Ushuaia. That charter flight's included as part of the package. Again, it's all about the expedition cruising. You can see one of the icebergs there that they're cruising past. And they do quite a lot of this. You don't just have to go ashore. They do things like ice cruising, which is like this, where they take you right up as close as possible, as close as safe as possible to the icebergs. And I think one of the most amazing things is you can hear the ice cracking as the sun is warming it up. It is an incredible sound to behold. 10 nights. This one's split across 2 vessels. So you've got the Amundsen and the Nansen. These are both those incredibly new hybrid vessels that Damien was talking about. Maximum 500 people for Antarctica. Shore landings, you spend 5 full days down in the Antarctic Peninsula. And as I said, they will try and get you ashore every single day. We went ashore multiple times a day. It just depends how safe the conditions are to do so. But 5 days down on the Antarctic Peninsula. As I said, the accommodation in Buenos Aires plus your airport transfers to get you to and from those hotels as well. Daily breakfast, all your lunches, all your dinners while you're boarding, and those drinks with meals included. This particular one here, amazing value. We've never had it at this price before. It's a great price to go to Antarctica. 10,299. Now there are quite a range of dates. So the season for Antarctica starts about November and goes through until early March. So we do have dates right through that period. There are some different dates, different prices depending on the time that you want to go. But those November, March dates are around that 10,299 price. The $300 onboard credit again with this one per person, and fly to Buenos Aires in this case for only an additional $999. Now, in terms of value, I think this one probably represents the best value. You can add on essentially 4 extra days. So this is the same itinerary as the one that we were just looking at for Antarctica. The addition is you get to go to the Falkland Islands. So this one is they obviously go to the Port of Stanley. They do other landings on the Falkland Islands where you can go see penguin colonies as well. And for the extra 4 days on board an expedition vessel from $12,199, great value in my opinion, and $300 with that one per person and the $999 flights as well. Now, this is a new one for us, and I completely agree with Damien. Going up to St Kilda looks amazing. I mean, these islands are almost like the Lost Islands of the UK. So this one is that expedition cruising style, starting from Dover, finishing in Dover, so easy access from London. This one is on the MS Maud. So this is a different vessel, slightly smaller, slightly fewer people. I'll ask Damien how many people are on this one. About 500?
Oh, you're 500, sorry.
Okay, excellent.
Maximum.
About the same. So you visit some of these really lost locations. You go all the way up the English coast, all the way to the Outer Hebrides, which is incredible. You do stop in Ireland in one direction as well, and then back to Dover at the end. Same experience. So you're still doing those shore landings. You're just seeing different things. Obviously, you're in some of those amazing islands that are filled with wildlife when you get to some of these locations like St Kilda as well. And you've got those amazing Zodiac landings to do that, and all your meals and drinks during your dinners as well. Now, this one is for those people looking to go a little bit earlier. So this is for the summer season next year. So we've got dates ranging from April through to July. I think there's about 3 different dates in there to choose from, starting from 5,599. Again, the same offer, so the $300 credit and the flights to London for $999 per person as well. You know, for an expedition cruise for 15 days, it is great value. How to book. So today, what we're offering obviously is the onboard credit and the flight offers. Now, we've got a 7-day cooling off. So if you are interested in any of these particular expedition cruises, it's a really low deposit, $99. That's all it is. That locks in the event offer. You've got a 7-day cooling off. So as soon as you pay your deposit, you've got 7 days to change your mind for whatever reason, and you get a full refund of that $99 deposit. So if you're interested in any of these destinations for next year, no risk deposits, it locks in the event offer. Our reservations guys are waiting just diagonally through the doors just there. My colleagues will show you where to go. However, if you've got a price list in front of you, which I can see some of you have open, there is a QR code on there as well. If you scan the QR code for the trip that you're interested in, it will take you straight to the page where you can see the full itinerary as well, all the other inclusions as part of that package. And again, all you need to do to book online, it's literally just a first and surname, and it's just the $99 deposit. Passport details, all that stuff comes later. 7-day calling off, regardless if you book here or online. And if you want to book back-to-back trips, a lot of people are booking 2 trips because we've unfortunately haven't been able to do that for the last couple of years. And so if there's an extra 5% discount, it doesn't have to just be the Hurtigruten trips. It could be any other trip for any other destination. If you book 2, it's 5% off that second one. Now, before we do questions, I'm going to rope Damien in for 2 seconds. We're going to do a quiz. It's 1 question. There is a bottle of wine to give away for the person that raises their hand the fastest and answers with the correct question. And so I need Damien to look to see who raises. Yeah. You can't win this, unfortunately. So you're on raised hand duty. So whoever raises their hand the fastest and answers with the correct question gets a bottle of wine. It is a lot of pressure. All right, are we ready? The Ross Ice Shelf is located in which pole?
This gentleman here was first.
That is correct.
Hey?
That it is. That's what, well, it's not. I'm not going to give him a whole essay.
There's actually one thing to put the confidence first.
Yeah, we will talk about that as well. Well done.
Great.
I know we should have excluded you. Actually, I just forgot you went to Antarctica. Well done. We're just going to skip back to the book with confidence because it is important. Apologies, we have to go through a few of those again. Damien, over to you.
Yeah, we understand that things have changed over the last year. We understand that things have changed over the last year or so, and it's been difficult, and there's been so much uncertainty. One thing we've actually put in place is what we call a book with confidence, which means basically you can book any of these trips, as Brendan's been talking about today, and if something happens, then you can change. You can change the date. You can just push it back to another time. So if there's any, if there's any issue with COVID in the future, if there's any other issues that actually impact your travel due to COVID, then you can just change that date. Okay, so nice and easy and comfortable. Normally with change of dates, there's obviously other implications with that, but we are putting the book with confidence in place, so it gives you all the flexibility you need. So feel confident to make a commitment and then know that it can be changed.
Does anyone have any other questions, especially while Damien's here as well to ask? Yes.
No, we have single rooms. We don't do shared rooms.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll repeat the question for the guys at home. So the question was, do you have to share if you're a single? And the answer is no. You can obviously have your own cabin to yourself.
Yes, they can have a balcony. Yep.
So you get access to the same cabins, and it's just your choice as to which cabin option you wanted.
With the Antarctic, you decide to go in February of next year. What's it like in Argentina at the moment down south?
Look, it's a good question. I mean, yeah, I mean they're back open at the moment, I guess. Hard to know what the case numbers are going to be like in 12 months' time.
February now.
February now. So those ones there are for next year. So 2023. Yeah.
But if you wish to go, we can
certainly
put together for you for February next year. We are operating. We've actually got our Amundsen's already down there right now, and Fram's on its way down. So there are actually options to travel in February. The cases in Chile and Argentina, Chile is really low, and they've got a great healthcare system and a support system. So that's really good.
It's lower, much lower than here, in fact.
It's much lower than here, and Argentina is getting better on a daily basis. But we're really focusing to sail from Chile at the moment. So that the reason we're doing that is because we don't want that extra stress of sailing from Ushuaia and Argentina, where we're not really sure of how the COVID cases will move in Argentina.
So where do you fly to?
You'll fly to Santiago and then join us to Valparaiso.
Yeah. So if you want to go this February, they're cruising out of Santiago. If you want to go in 2023, it's out of Buenos Aires.
Yeah.
So you're actually cruising out of Santiago?
Well, we actually we take a short flight down to Valparaiso and cruise from Valparaiso. So then you'll join, what will happen is you'll see there's Chilean fjords and then across the Drake Passage. So, and we can create something really special for you there as well, if you wish. But our team are all down there. We've got our expedition team down, our ships are down there, our crew are down there. And the process is because our team are down there now, they're just processing the strongest COVID quarantine channels for everyone. So as you arrive, you'll be moving to your hotel and then you'll be flown down and it will be under a really strict operational protocol.
But if you go on the 23,
yes,
you don't get that booking with confidence.
That goes all the way to the end of 22, yes. It might actually be Q1 23. I'll double check that for you. Yeah, perfect. So they'll finish the end of the season in 23, so March. So you're still okay. Yeah. So you can feel confident. If you want to leave tomorrow, there's options, and if you want to leave to 22, 23, the first quarter of 23, January, February, March.
Right. You get the confidence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Anybody? Yes.
I was just commenting on this. Is that just for a particular trip, or is that for all? South
Yep.
America or
Yeah.
something like that?
All our expeditions in 22 and Q1 23.
Just repeat the question again. That was for the book with confidence. Gentleman just asked if it was for all trips or a specific trip. It is for all trips.
Yeah.
Ma'am?
To do a trip up from the coast to Norway, and then an extra trip across to Samoa, is that possible, or do you have to fly across to Greenland from Norway?
Depends on the itinerary. So there are some from Norway, Iceland, and Longyearbyen. So the best one I would suggest is actually what Brandon was talking about, is Longyearbyen. So you fly from Tromsø in northern Norway, and you take a short flight across to Longyearbyen. It's less than 3 hours. It's worth doing anyway, just for the landing, to be honest.
It is.
And then pick up the ship there.
Yep. And we're doing the coastal session after this as well, which Damien's at. So that's the coastal sailing with Hurdy Gruten for the Norway coast.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
It's just extraordinary out there. And Greenland, Brendan was talking about a particular area of Greenland and national parks. There's only 500 people a year from around the world that go to that national park. That's how unique that area of the world is. And I think, you know, you go in there and the ice and the sea ice and the glaciers. I mean, we had one day when we were sailing along the coast and we're doing one knot for about 12 hours as the ship was pushing through sea ice. And I actually thought it was one of the most exciting things ever, because you're on the deck of the ship and we're just slowly navigating the sea ice. You don't actually charge sea ice, you actually have the captains moving the ship all over the place. And it's actually just spectacular. And as it rubs against the sea ice, you hear that cracking noise, and it's such a journey.
It is amazing. You can walk off places and you kind of step on a piece of land and you go, has anybody actually ever stood in this location? Because there is just nobody there. It is incredible.
Don't want to go.
I want to go back as well, so I'll come with you. Anybody else? No, okay, excellent. Thank you, everybody. There is another session after this. We're doing Scandinavia, Spain, Portugal, Morocco. I think we're doing Turkey as well in that one. If you're staying for that, feel free to stay seated. There's tea and coffee outside as well. If you would like to stay for that one, you can as well. We've got other people coming in. All we ask that if you're not registered for the next session, maybe just go have a drink, a tea or coffee or water, and then come back in and feel free to sit on any of the free seats. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. What's the next one?
in from home, which is fantastic. And thanks for everybody else who's joined us today. If you're new to the room, welcome to Greatest Travel Show. If you're joining us for a second session, welcome back. So this particular session, it's a mammoth one. We're going to be covering a lot of destinations. We're going to be talking about Scandinavia. We're going to be talking about Spain, Portugal, Morocco. We're going to be talking about Turkey. And so we're going to have lots and lots of information to discuss. We've got a couple of special guests who are here with us today. We have Damien Perry, who is the Managing Director for Australia Pacific for Hurtigruten. He's going to be running us through that amazing Norwegian coastal cruise that Hurtigruten operates. We also have Hazret, who's going to be joining us for a really in-depth discussion about Turkey. She is born and bred in Turkey, so she is very, very knowledgeable about the destination, and she's going to run us through what it's all about to visit this incredible location. So I'm going to hand over to Damien. Before I do, we're just going to play a short video of that Hurtigruten experience on those coastal voyages.
I'm sorry if you've heard my voice earlier on with the presentation, but now we're talking about Norway and Hurtigruten, which is very, very exciting. For those who weren't in the last session, just briefly, the history of Hurtigruten, a Norwegian expedition cruise company, started in 1893 by Richard Witt, or as we say, Richard Witt, and it actually sails up and down the coast of Norway, known as the world's most beautiful sea voyage. And it is absolutely spectacular. So it has its name. We didn't name it, other people named it, and it's actually been such an iconic destination for such a long time. But you can see there's a very, very strong history on the coast of Norway. We like to call it a working ship, if that makes any sense. And what that means is that we sail north and south along the coast of Norway from Bergen all the way up to Kirkenes and back down again. We have 7 ships that do this. So we have a cycle of those 7 ships heading north and south. But it is actually a working ship because it's actually part of the Norwegian life. You'll actually be travelling with travellers from all over the world, but also locals. Locals use these ships as their commute. They might be going to see family or friends. They might be going for work. So you'll be mixing with all different people. And as a working ship, we also carry a small, I say small, it's a small amount of freight for up and down the coast as well. And this is critical because as we go through the seasons, you'll find that basically the best way to get up and down the coast is by ship. It's actually safer, easier, and more comfortable. And because a lot of the roads up north are actually closed off due to the snow and ice. So we actually are part of the life of Norway. And if you actually meet the crew on board, which you will, and you'll actually engage with the crew on board, they'll talk about how they live in this small town on the coast. And Hurtigruten, it's been part of their journey, part of their life, part of their history. There's amazing stories. It's quite funny when you hear and meet people. They talk about, I was born in this town here, and I was travelled there, and I had to commute back to this town here, and it's just extraordinary and a beautiful space to be in. The people of Norway, wonderful people. They're pretty similar in many ways: open, honest, transparent, friendly. But if you actually travel up the coast of Norway, you'll actually understand how remote it is the further north you go. Oslo is a very dynamic city and it's stunning. It's a beautiful setting. But further north you go is you actually enter very, very remote regions of Norway and very, very small communities. And those communities are the life of Hurtigruten as well, because they actually supply us with our goods and our services as we supply them. So for example, you'll see that on our daily menus, it actually is what's available along the coast. It's really quite amazing. So when we're going to different areas, our menus change up and down the coast on what goods and services can be supplied, what food can be supplied along the coast as well. So Hurtigruten is not only a cruise ship that goes along a small cruise ship that goes along the coast, it actually is very much the life of the people up there. But it is very, the word up there is authentic, but it's very casual as well. The Norwegians are very casual. If we go out for dinner at night, I'm well dressed. There's no black tie. There's no suits. You're actually very, very comfortable mixing, and you're very, very comfortable. There's no hoo-ha. It's just a really, really enjoyable place to be. You can see voyage, stunning fjords, little ports. It is just wonderful all along the coast. And I've been on this coast many, many times, and just sitting on the ship as we're moving along, blows your mind, actually. It blows your mind how beautiful it really is. This is a map of Norway, and you'll see where we start down south from Bergen. You can start in Oslo and join one of the tours that head across from Oslo, the Flam Railway, and then meet up. We've just built this beautiful lounge in Bergen Port. So when you actually arrive in Bergen, you can sit back and relax in the lounge before you board the ship. Very, very comfortable, get yourself ready. And then you join in Bergen and we head up the coast. Once you're on the ship, you actually arrive, you'll be met at reception, you'll be given a key card to your room, settle in your room. You can go to the Explorer Lounge and relax if you wish, explore the ship, go to the cafe, multiple restaurants to eat at if you wish. There's a wellness centre. There's the expedition team as well on board, so they will actually help you to consider what sort of things you'd like to do on the coast. And there's many, many lectures and discussions about the history of Norway, the coast of Norway, the communities, the villages, the areas we go to. So there's plenty of things to do while you're on the coast. It does head north and it heads south. So you can actually choose if you wish to do what we call a half voyage or a full voyage. Most popular is actually the full voyage. It's heading all the way from Bergen to Kirkenes and then back again. And the reason it's really popular is because you see the coast at different times of day and night. And because it's a working ship, we call it a working ship, it's a very comfortable working ship. Because it's a working ship, we sometimes pull into ports in the middle of the night. And we might only be there for 20 minutes and a local traveller might get off, or a Norwegian may get off, and there might be some goods supplied or taken off board. But on the south voyage, you'll actually be there a different time of day and you'll actually be able to get off yourself. And this is the exciting thing about this ship. It's not about just being on the ship. This is not a cruise line. This is a ship where we pull into port and the captain will say to you, look, we're here for 2 hours. There's activities you can do, there's excursions, or you can just go out there and wander. You can do what you like, but just be back in 2 hours because we're taking off. And it's really important you're back just on time for that as well, because we do take off, because we have a regular route up and down the coast. So much so that a lot of the locals set their time on the Hurtigruten coming past. They know when it's going to come past, and when it's late, we're in a lot of trouble. They know we're late. So it's really, really important to actually come back on board when that happens. It's a beautiful place to be. There's a lot of space on ship. There's a very, very comfortable space. So you never feel overcrowded. You never feel confined. And you'll actually have a choice of ships as well as you're going on the coast. There's 7 different ships. They're all very, very similar. So you may choose to travel with a particular ship because you have done a little bit of research or someone's recommended a particular ship. That's fine. But otherwise, you'll actually be on a ship depending on the date you choose to travel. The food is great. The food is amazing. It's all based on a Norwegian coastal kitchen. And the Norwegian coastal kitchen makes up one of the most significant parts of the journey, because while we have a wonderful restaurant that everyone can enjoy at any time, we also have an alternative restaurant you can stop in and book some meals. I've got to tell you, I've had the best meal of my life on the coast of Norway. King crab. So there's 4 of us at a table and we somehow consumed a whole king crab. And that is an extraordinary amount of food, but we got through it, still there. And it was absolutely one of the most wonderful meals. It was caught, and how's this? When they catch it, the fisherman tags it. And when you tag it, it has a little QR code. So you know when it was caught, by what fisherman, what fishing boat, and what area it was caught as well. So you've got the whole history of that food and you know it's fresh. And then the chef will take that king crab, the one that you choose, and they'll cook it up for you. And it was absolutely spectacular. King crabs and salad and maybe a couple of wines in there as well. But the Norwegian coastal kitchen is really part of the journey. And as I mentioned before, it is actually designed on what's available along the coast. Of course, the main restaurant has all the wonderful cinnamon buns and all that sort of stuff as well. So there's plenty of food and plenty of enjoy. Make sure you stay active when you're stopping in a port, because there's a lot of food to enjoy if you wish to, but there's plenty of other things to do. There's lots of excursions to participate in as well. So as you go around the coast, there's around 90 different excursions. So when you join, you can just look at what you wish to do, what things are really important to you, from the midnight mass, the cathedrals, the walks, the boat journeys, the whale watching. There's so many options, but there's 90. So I won't go through them with you, but there's plenty to have a look at. And some are really active and some not so active. Some are just a bit of a tour around as well, but there's plenty to do. The excursions are all run by either our team, our expedition team, or our local partners on the ground. So you've got a lot of expertise there and a lot of knowledge being shared with you. But they're all locals, and they'll tell you about their home and their village and their place of home. Footsliv is actually the concept of free to roam. It's about the freedom outdoors being there, and that's really important as well. And that experience, that joy of that experience of being free to roam can be actually anything you like, from in a village or in a town, or it can actually be going up into the mountains as well. And there's plenty of options to do that as well. Plenty of walks that will take you up the hills if you wish, or you can actually get a cable car in some places too. The seasons are really, really exciting. The snow is melting, it's warming up. Long days or longer days, beautiful and green, lots of flowers. So a beautiful time to be there. Summer, midnight sun is the focus. The further north you go, the midnight sun is absolutely brilliant, and it's an absolute highlight. It's a warmer time of year to be there. It's an active time to be there as well. There's lots of options to do, but the midnight sun is quite spectacular. You just got to make sure you close your curtains at night in your cabin, because you won't sleep otherwise. But the days are long, but you feel alive. You feel really warm and alive, and there's a lot of activity. Autumn's wonderful as well. Colour of fall, there's obviously the key thing there. But I want to talk about something that's really spectacular, which so many people want to see, and that is winter and the Northern Lights. And this is a wonderful time to be there. There's a lot of darkness, to be honest. But we have this system on board where the captain will notify you every time the Northern Lights are out, if you choose. It's just a little button in your room. And he'll set up a little message saying, we can see the lights, come out on deck. And it is just one of the most spectacular things. And so many people wish to travel in this part of the world to see the Northern Lights. And the Northern Lights, the band of the Northern Lights is strongest around the area of Tromsø and north to Kirkenes. So from Bergen, you'll sail builds, and they hit Tromsø, the darkness is there, the lights come out, and it is absolutely wonderful. And I have friends who have sailed on a journey where they've said that basically they had to turn the button off because there were too many calls to come and see the Northern Lights. So there's that much activity going on in winter, and it is beautiful. You can see with the naked eye if it's really, really strong, but some people choose to take photos with their camera because it comes out really well on their camera as well. They're all the stuff you see on the social media and all that sort of stuff. Actually see with a naked light, and it varies between the greens and the reds. Here are a couple of photos of the Northern Lights, of course, and that's the variations you'll actually see. And winter is a really, really popular time, especially for Australians, to be in this region of the world, because it's so different to our lifestyle. It's so very, very different to how we live. The darkness, the short days, long nights, the lights. Take your time as part of the ship experience as well, because the Explorer Lounge, the communal areas, it is very, very comfortable, very relaxing, and very easy to enjoy. I actually have to finish up because there's a lot of other people who want to talk about different areas, but I'll be around afterwards as well to talk and ask any questions.
Very easy to get carried away with destinations.
I know.
Talk about, that's for sure.
So,
All right. Thank you. For questions towards the end. Oh, look, you were nearly finished.
Norway is home to more natural wonders than you can count. In addition to an epic coastline with world-famous fjords, the untouched nature includes mountains, forests, limitless lakes and glaciers. The midnight sun lights up endless summer days, and in winter, the northern lights often dance across the skies. A colourful contrast to the pure white snow covering the ground. Norway is also home to Hurtigruten and has been so since 1893. Our famous Coastal Express has connected 34 remote communities along the Norwegian coast for almost 130 years. We still faithfully sail all seasons of the year and provide a vital service to the locals here. This is why sailing with us on the original Coastal Express is described as a legacy journey, a timeless and classical voyage where you take part in the everyday life of coastal Norway. Sail through breathtaking scenery, eat locally produced food, visit ports that include large cities, small towns, and secluded hamlets most vessels are unable to reach. You'll be traveling with a national icon, encounter the beating heart of Norway, and be part of living history.
Do want to experience this incredible coastal voyage, the trips that we have on offer, Damien touched on it right at the end there. It's all about winter, in our opinion. It is one of the greatest times, definitely to go and visit Norway and the surrounding Scandinavian countries. And I think Damien's point's valid. You know, it's so different than what we have here that makes it such an iconic time to travel. So our first trip is our 14-day Norway in search of the lights. The name kind of says it all. This particular one starts in Oslo. So you fly into Oslo, we have a night's accommodation at the start, and then we actually fly you as far up as Kirkenes, which is right on the Russian border, one of the furthest towns in northern Norway. And from there is where it really starts to get amazing. So in Kirkenes, we also take you out on some incredible sightseeing activities. You go out and do that king crab safari that Damien was talking about. They actually take you out onto the ice. You go out on snowmobile pulled sleds. They cut a hole in the ice and you fish for the king crab up there in Kirkenes, included as part of this package. From there, you then go inland a little bit. So from Kirkenes, you go into the wilderness and you get to stay at a gamma cabin, which you can kind of see a picture of there on the left-hand side. This is it's a hotel, but it's a traditional way of building a log cabin in the wilderness for Norway. And what that allows you to do is sit inside, obviously in complete warmth and comfort, while it's probably minus 25 outside, and have a huge panoramic window. And so the idea behind this night is to allow you ideally to have the best chance of seeing the Northern Lights itself. While you're here, they're going to take you out on a husky pulled sled. So you actually get to go out at night on a husky Aurora safari. They're going to take you out on a dog-pulled sled. They give you all the warm clothes. Obviously, it's going to be fairly chilly outside. And then the whole idea behind that is they take you speeding through the wilderness as you're looking up as the Northern Lights hopefully are firing above. Now, I should note this is an independent trip. When we say independent, we've done all the hard work. All your accommodation, all of that sightseeing that I'm talking about, your internal flight to get you up to Kirkenes, and that amazing cruise is all included. You're just not traveling as part of a group. And what that allows you to do is have complete flexibility, obviously, of what you see and do in each location. We'll move on to the group itineraries in a moment. The sightseeing, as I mentioned, it's all about the Northern Lights for this particular one. As you cruise down the coast, the southern voyage with Hurtigruten is a 5-night cruise. And so they're going to pick you up in Kirkenes, take you to the ship, board the ship, and then cruise down the coast and all those little towns that Damien was talking about as part of his presentation. Once you get down to Bergen, Bergen is one of the most picturesque little villages in Norway. It's a UNESCO heritage fishing port, incredible coloured buildings, those iconic reds, yellow buildings, wooden buildings that line the port down there. In Bergen, couple of nights accommodation, which is fantastic. And then you do another highlight of this itinerary, which they have coined as Norway in a nutshell. It's a great name. Essentially what that means is you do a combination of things this day. You board a fjord cruise from Bergen. They take you through the fjords themselves. These ginormous fjords just come out of the water and tower all around you. You arrive into Flam. Flam is this minute little village buried in the Norwegian fjords, which is stunning. And then from there, you actually board the Flam Railway. The Flam Railway has been cut into the fjords themselves. It's an incredible feat of engineering, takes you through the fjords. Martin spoke about one before as the most picturesque train journey in the world. I think there's a few of those. This one is coined as that as well. It is an amazing experience. And then they train you down to Oslo as well. The 5-night cruise is in there, as I mentioned. It's 3-star accommodation with the Gamma cabin throughout. The accommodation, it's all walking distance for everything. So it's well located. Breakfast daily, 4 lunches and 6 dinners, plus that incredible king crab safari feast. Now, if you do want to go to Norway next year, as I said, this is for the winter times. So these departure dates start from October through to March, the best times to go to see the aurora lights. So right through that winter range. And obviously those October, March months, also great times to go. The lights are some of the most active around that time, but it's also not the heart of winter. So you do get a slightly warmer experience. You've got your $300. So for this event today, we've got a $300 onboard credit with the Hurtigruten voyage itself per person. So you can spend that on the ship on whatever else, food, drinks, optional extras, anything available on the ship. You've got your flights. Now, for this event today, you can add on your airfares to get to Oslo and back from Oslo to Australia for only $699 per person. And those usually cost anywhere upwards of about $1,800. So it's a great offer to take advantage of. If group touring is more for you, so you want to have a guide, you want to have that fully escorted experience, we have our 18-day Follow the Lights. This is a fully escorted small group tour. It starts in this particular one, actually starts in the opposite direction. So you start in Oslo still, but you go the opposite way. So you do the fjords first, down in southern Norway there, same experiences, but you're doing this as part of a group. So you still get to do that amazing train ride. You still get to do that amazing fjord cruise. You still get time in Bergen. The cruise in the northerly direction is 6 nights. So it's 5 nights coming south, 6 nights going up, stopping at all those ports. We can't list them all on here. There are so many that it stops at along the way. We've just listed some of the key ones. And that's going to take you right up to Honningsvåg, the most northerly point in Norway. You come around the Cape into Kirkenes. And then what happens there is you board a coach all the way down to Helsinki. Now, on the way, amazing things happen as well. This particular one, similar experiences to last time. So you still get that husky safari. Again, it's a nighttime one to take you through to ideally have a look at the Northern Lights. You get an amazing cruise, obviously along the coastline. You feed reindeers. You've got the Flam Railway in there. You've got the fjord cruise in there. You've got the Inari Museum, which is all about Lapland and the indigenous people in that part of the world. And then you come all the way down to Helsinki, where you also go and visit Tallinn for a day as well. 6 nights, as I mentioned. This one is 4-star accommodation throughout. It is a maximum group size of 24 people. And as I said, you've got your guide with you from day one right to the last day. Quite a lot of meals. Breakfast daily, 6 lunches, 7 dinners, plus you also get a farewell dinner there with the group. And I skipped over the best part. In Saraselka, so you can see it about halfway up Finland there, you actually do an overnight in a glass igloo. Now, it sounds crude. It's probably one of the most comfortable experiences. It is a completely, perfectly heated Cabin, you've got your complete panoramic glass window pointing towards the sky. The idea is that you can lie in bed and watch the northern lights, obviously up above. The window itself is heated, so it never fogs up. So you've always got a crystal clear view of the sky above. And so that happens for an overnight stay in Sarasota. This one here, starting from $8,999, the $300 onboard credit per person is applicable to this one as well. And you can add your flights on. It's a slightly different cost, $999 per person for this one. Still represent amazing value to get to Oslo and back again. Departure dates, similar to the other one. So starting in September, just slightly earlier. So again, a nice warmer time to go, but still with the perfect chance to see the Northern Lights, and runs through until February 2023. Now, we're going to keep the Northern Lights theme going. We're going to keep the Scandinavia theme going. If cruising is not for you, we do have some land-based itineraries. So if you do not want to go on the cruise specifically, we can pretty much take you on a very similar experience through Finland and Norway. So these are two of our favorite winter trips here at Inspiring Vacations. We've got our 17-day Norway Winter Wonderland and our 20-day itinerary. Now they're almost identical. The difference is the 20-day one obviously goes to those incredible southern fjords down there in Norway. This particular one is going to start in Helsinki this time. You still get that trip out to Tallinn, which is amazing. And then probably the best marketing name I've ever heard in my life, you ride the Santa Claus Express from Helsinki up to Kemi. This is an overnight train journey. It's a great way to get from halfway up the country of Finland. And when you arrive in Kemi is one of the first amazing experiences, which we'll look at in a little bit. You actually go out on an icebreaker and head out onto the frozen lake and have the opportunity to do an ice swim for those people that are game. Keep going up north of Finland. You do that amazing overnight in a glass igloo as well before you get up to the top, right at the top at Honingsvåg. Honingsvåg, the most northerly point. We celebrate the moment of getting here with one of our inspiring features, which is we give a sparkling wine and caviar to celebrate making it all the way to the most northerly point of Europe. We bring you back down the coast. You head down to Tromsø, which Damien spoke about before, fantastic place to view the Northern Lights. Head down to the Lofoten Islands and then back down to Oslo and extend through to Bergen should you wish. These are the overnights in the glass igloo. These ones are slightly different. It's unbelievable. They take you out. As I said, it's all about lying there, looking up at the stars and seeing that Northern Lights. You've got your husky sled with this one as well. Now, I couldn't put a nighttime picture in here because you wouldn't see the huskies. It's a daytime one in this one. Obviously not accurate. It is a nighttime trip. So you do go out at night again. They put you on the back of the sled. They give you all the warm clothes for that particular trip, and they take you out into the wilderness by dog-pulled sled to view the lights themselves. We spend heaps of time above the Arctic Circle. You've got to be above the Arctic Circle really to see the Northern Lights. You spend 11 nights in total, so you have the best chance of seeing the Northern Lights for this trip. Anywhere from about Rovaniemi north and right down to Tromsø is all of that prime Northern Lights viewing time. So this trip does allow you the maximum amount of time in the Arctic Circle. The extended version, as I said, you can see a picture there of the Flam Railway. It is incredible. It's cut through the rock. It takes about an hour and takes you up quite a steep grade. It's an incredible feat of engineering through the Norwegian fjords. They transfer you onto another train. This is all part of a group experience too, I might add. So you are with a guide at this point, and then you head back down to Oslo. You can see a picture of Bergen there. I love Bergen. It is incredibly pedestrian friendly. It has this iconic UNESCO World Heritage Wharf that you can see there with those great little coloured buildings. It's all about the seafood in this location. Highly recommend heading down to the port during the day and having a seafood lunch by the water. It's freshly caught that day. You can see a picture of the icebreaker cruise there. So you don't swim just in your boardies. That would be unbearable. They're going to put you in a complete dry suit. This is optional, by the way. It is included. You don't have to do it if you don't want to, but it's included as part of your trip. You get to don a wetsuit. No water comes through that. You can definitely feel the cold through it though, however, and they do it in complete safety for those people wanting to have an Arctic dip. You go out on the icebreaker for the day, and then they bring you back to Kemi and you continue your journey north. Amazing sightseeing. It's all about the Northern Lights for this one and really about just giving you as much chance as possible to go see them. It is fully escorted, so 24 people maximum on this one. Another great smaller group experience, and that guide meets you on day one and then farewells you on the last day as well. 4-star accommodation throughout, plus that overnight in a glass igloo as well. The Santa Claus Express, which is a perfect way to get to Kemi, cuts out that southern area of Finland, which is beautiful to see, but at the same time, it's all about getting up to the Arctic Circle as quickly as possible. And that icebreaker cruise in there, breakfast daily with 5 dinners. And when you're not on the train or on the boats, you're doing dedicated coach transportation throughout. 2 options, 17-day one starts at 7,999, the 20-day one starts at 8,999. Flights for this one, so there's no cruise, no onboard credit with these ones to utilise. The flight offer is what it's all about. It's 699 per person. And again, to get to Oslo or to get to Helsinki, at the moment, about $1,800 return, so fantastic value. Travel dates for this one, it's quite narrow. So it's actually 2023, January through to March. The reason for that is some of the activities you do only go in those really peak winter months. So it is a narrow window to go, but it really is that true Arctic Norwegian experience. Excellent. I'm going to hand over to Hazret. So Hazret has a long-standing relationship with Inspiring Vacations. She's worked with us at one point in time. She's now with a very, very good partner of ours. She is a destination expert in Turkey, and looking forward to hearing all about it. I'm going to play a short video just while Hazret gets ready with microphones and whatnot.
Hello, my name is Tolga. I've been tour guiding over than 10 years in Turkey, in Istanbul, 2 continents together. Just behind me you can see the Bosphorus Bridge, and we are standing on the European side. If you look at the right side of it over there, you can see the Asian side. We are in the old city of Istanbul, and there are many reasons to visit Istanbul, such as food, like traveling, like historical sites, like a landmark like behind me, you can see the Hagia Sophia. Hagia Sophia was built in 6th century AD by Justinianus. We are standing on one of the gates of the spice market, which is one of the landmarks of Istanbul. There are many spices, herbs, and teas you can find in the market. Istanbul is really famous with all the cats as well. I love my job because I love meeting with the people from different countries and different culture, and I'm passionate to traveling as well.
Hello, thank you for having me. Nice to meet you all. I am Hazret. As Brendan mentioned, I'm Australian. I do have a Turkish background, so I was born and raised in Australia, but my family were immigrants from back way before I was born. But I did spend the last 8 years living in Istanbul, and I actually just returned earlier this year. So I have, quite some memories and experiences in Turkey from Turkey. So I'm very excited to talk about Turkey with you here today. I have been working with Inspiring Vacations for some years now. So I hope that some of the things I'll go through today will resonate with you, and maybe you'll be thinking about traveling to Turkey soon. So I think the main thing about Turkey is a lot of people are surprised with what they find in Turkey. It's not what one would expect. I think from the outside, from the media, Turkey does have a different reputation and might seem a bit more of a country that's quite Middle Eastern, having a predominantly Muslim population, but it is very different to what people expect. It's very Western. You get a mix of culture, you get a mix of history, you get a mix of, what you would see when you're in Italy or other parts of Europe. So it's a great mix, amazing country to visit. You get a whole heap of experiences there. You can do your beach stay by the coast in the south, or you could do something much different along the east. You get a more winter feel with the cities on that side. But there's a whole heap to discover in Turkey. You could go there every year and still find something new to see. It's incredible. I might be biased, but I'm being very honest. So first we'll start with Istanbul. So this is a very popular quote that I really like. If the earth were a single state, Istanbul would be its capital. So I'm sure most of you know Istanbul is the only city in the world that cradles Europe and Asia, and you really do feel that when you're there. In some parts of Istanbul, you will feel like you're in another country in Europe, but some parts, again, you will feel like it's a bit more down to earth, a bit more Middle Eastern. You get both feels, which is incredible. Istanbul is a very busy city. So the population of Istanbul is actually amounts to the population of Australia. And it's probably as big as Melbourne. So you can imagine how crowded it is. The traffic can get crazy, but there's just something magical about that city that everyone feels when they're there. It's like a mini New York, you could kind of say. The Bosphorus is incredible, which you'll see in the next slide, and that's one of 3 or 4 bridges in Istanbul. And it's an incredible city, incredible mosques, you know, a lot of history in terms of the churches that you can find there as well. You know, the Ottoman Empire, I will not go into history because I'm not the best at it and you might get bored, but a lot of history for, you know, a lot of different parts of the world, a lot of different countries have been through Istanbul, so you definitely feel it when you're there. Cappadocia, I'm sure you've seen these hot air balloons before. Cappadocia is an incredible city, one of the must-see cities when you go to Turkey. A lot of caves, a lot of underground cities, very quiet, very, I don't want to say eerie, but there's a different aura in Cappadocia and it's very peaceful. I did actually live there. I call it live, but it was 3 weeks. But it felt like 3 months because of the whole slow time that I was just talking about. Time moves very slowly there, so you feel it there. But it's an amazing city to see for a few days. I think a lot of people that go to Turkey make sure they don't miss Cappadocia because you can have very authentic experiences there. The hot air balloon being one of them. It's phenomenal. I've done it once and it's really one of those things that if you do it once, that's enough and you're very lucky, but it's beautiful. It's really beautiful. But Cappadocia has a lot of history as well. There's a lot of hiking to do there. There's a lot of beautiful sunsets. I'm sure you can imagine among, you know, the fairy chimneys with the sun going down, it looks beautiful. And Cappadocia is, again, Brendan will go through the itinerary later, but one of the places that you do visit on the Inspiring Vacations Turkey trips, and it is a must-see. Fethiye. So Fethiye is one of many southern coast cities in Istanbul. Like I said, we're spoilt for choice there. You do have beaches, you have history, you have everything. I mean, we have beautiful beaches in Australia, but these ones can compete. It's beautiful, crystal clear waters, you know, lots of opportunity to sail on a boat there, which again, one of the best parts of the product that Inspiring Vacations do is you spend 2 nights on a boat, 2 or 3 nights on a boat, which is phenomenal. You visit heaps of islands, which is amazing. Crystal clear waters and getting the chance to swim in them is really awesome, and you're sure to enjoy it. You know, cooking on the boat, basically what will happen is they'll catch the fish and then they'll cook it for you there. So it's very fresh, extremely fresh, and it's beautiful. Pamukkale. So these travertines are very interesting. It's hard to explain how they come about. I will not try to explain it, but they're melting. So it's one of those things that you need to see soon because over time it is getting, you know, less icy, if that makes sense. There used to be a lot more pools that you had the opportunity to go in there and swim, but it's melting over time, which is unfortunate, but it happens. And Pamukkale is, again, one of the places that you will get to visit. And there's also Cleopatra pools there where you can spend a few hours just swimming, enjoying it. It's another amazing part of visiting Turkey. So the cool part about the next few pictures is I was actually on an Inspiring Vacations trip 2 years ago, which was just beyond amazing. I had such an amazing time. This is some pictures that I've taken myself. So this is a restaurant that we stopped by on the way from Pamukkale to Selçuk, which is the next stop. It's family run, organic jams, organic fruit and veggie. So what you eat is very fresh, and Turkey is filled of places like this. So in between like villages, when you're going from one city to another, you will see a lot of these types of places. So this is just one of them that we got to experience with the group. Ephesus. So Ephesus is incredible. Ephesus has a lot of history. You spend about 2-3 hours there, but it flies. It really flies. First, I was like, isn't that a bit much when I was there? But I was like, no, there's so much to see. It's incredible. It's busy a lot of the time, but there's a lot to see, a lot to take in, and it's really interesting to feel, you know, how they used to live. You can feel it in the air. You can see, you know, the way they used to bathe and little random things from the remains is very cool to see when you just imagine how long ago, you know, that was built, and the fact that we can still access them here today is super cool. Şirince, so again, this is another one of the pictures that we took. Şirince is a cute village just above Selçuk, and there is an awesome cooking class that you do here. So it's a family-run business, and they have an incredible little farm, and then they actually teach you how to make Turkish food, which is really cool. And then you sit with your group and you eat that all together. That was, again, one of my favorite parts of probably doing this trip. It was a great experience. And Şirince, again, they are known for their local wines, and they have wine tasting tours, which is very fun, along with the cooking class, of course, which is another amazing experience, really local experience. You really feel like you get to do things that are maybe a little bit less of a, you know, tourist attraction, and you really feel that, which is always fun. Last but not least, you know, for us Australians, Gallipoli is a very important part of our history. I think being Australian and Turkish, this was probably the place where I felt the most Australian and Turkish. You can really feel it in the air. It's incredibly peaceful. You can feel the friendship. It's very hard to explain, but you can feel the friendship that, you know, that whole war kind of ended with. But here are some of the pictures, and it's incredibly well looked after, and it's a great experience. Every Australian must do this experience when they go to Turkey, which you do on the trip with Inspiring Vacations. But it's really a highlight. It's a highlight on the trip, I must say. I know I said there's a lot of highlights, but you know, it's a beautiful country. And I will wrap up. That's some Turkish breakfast. The food in Turkey is incredible. You will never, you know, have a problem with the food. And there's a lot of options in terms of, you know, whether you want to have your meats or whether you want to prefer your veggies. They cater to most. They cater to all. And that's making me hungry.
It is making me very hungry. There's nothing better than the Turkish.
No, yes, you're right.
I'm just going to grab that mic.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Hazri.
There you go.
Fantastic. It takes me back. Turkey is a mesmerizing place to visit. We're going to run you through one of our absolute favourite itineraries here at Inspiring Vacations, 16-day Antiquities of Turkey. And Turkey is just such a fusion. It is obviously sitting on the edge of Europe and Asia, and it is just such a melting pot for so much history and culture. And, you know, you saw Ephesus, a picture there, and Hazret's completely right. You can feel like you are literally there in the time of the Romans as people are coming down the street. So no trip begins without visiting Istanbul in Turkey. Istanbul, I'm not saying this because Hazret's here, I think is possibly the greatest city in the world to visit as a tourist. Big call, I know, but I absolutely loved my time there. You're going to spend the majority of your time in Sultanahmet. Sultanahmet is the old part of town. This is where you've got those amazing structures. The Blue Mosque is there, the Hagia Sophia is there, and probably one of my favorite locations, which is just across the road from there, is the Grand Bazaar. The Grand Bazaar is one of the oldest undercover markets in the world. It's been in the same locations for thousands of years. It has up to 4,000 stalls that are housed inside this market. It is a complete labyrinth. It is very, very easy to get lost, but I think that is possibly the best part about it. It is fantastic to get lost in. And what I do recommend while you're there, if you're going to go to the Grand Bazaar, find a little cafe, have a Turkish coffee, and just sit and watch all the life go by. All the hawkers are out in their markets trying to sell their wares. It is a great place to go to. Cappadocia. I hope I said that right. I usually say Cappadocia. Cappadocia. So Cappadocia is, it is the highlight, without a doubt. It's probably the highlight of any trip to Turkey. It is a complete lunar landscape. It is like nothing else in this world. You've got those incredible fairy chimneys, which were made over the millennia through erosion, an incredible sight to behold, and obviously now used as dwellings. So originally it was for the Christians escaping persecution from the Romans. They headed out to Cappadocia and they actually made their homes into these rocks. They had churches, they had houses, they had shops, all built into those limestone pillars, which is fantastic. The hot air ballooning, it's not included as part of your trip, it is an optional as part of your trip, but I do really recommend, if you are going to go all this way, it's probably the best location in the world to do hot air ballooning. You get to have, obviously, that high bird's eye view of the landscape below, and it really does look like you're on Mars. They take you down so low. The guys that steer these things, captain, not sure what a hot air balloon captain's called. They take you very low. They take you down as low as you feel like you could touch the fairy chimneys out the side of the balloon itself, and then they take you right up. You go out quite early in the morning, so it's before sunrise. For those people that don't like early mornings like myself, it's very difficult. But once you are there, it is amazing. You're probably on the balloon for about 2 hours, and they take you all the way over the amazing fairy chimneys that are down below. You also get to do some incredible touring here. You do touring of those underground worlds. Your guide is going to take you into some of the most historical locations in Cappadocia itself. And probably the highlight of this entire time that you're here is you get to stay in a cave hotel. Now, it sounds really primitive. It is not. It is a completely deluxe boutique experience, but is a hotel that has been hewn into the stone. Your room is made out of stone. It's carved into the cliff face itself with your ensuite bathroom. It is spectacular. You stay there for 3 nights. It couldn't be more comfortable, but it's a great experience to do. One of the only places in the world you can do it, you can say you've stayed underground, essentially. Hazrat mentioned this. The Galet. The Galet is a traditional Turkish boat. It's handmade, obviously, out of wood. You get to do a 3-night cruise on the Turkish Galet. You stay on board on this one. Your captain's on board, your cook's on board, your ensuite bathrooms in each room is on board as well. And you sail up and down the Aegean coast. You start in Fithia, and then you have 3 nights on there where they stop at all the little inlets along the way. You get to go ashore at the different ports. You can have swims off the side of the boat. It's just a really nice way to break up the trip. It's about halfway through, and it's a fantastic way just to relax on board the deck as you're sailing through the Aegean. Anzac Cove is obviously in there as well, going to the cliffs of Gallipoli. Now, I've done this during Anzac Day. It was probably one of the most moving experiences I've ever had in my life. It is great to go and visit regardless what time of year it is, whether it's Anzac Day or not. Seeing the cliffs of Gallipoli, I 100% agree with Hazrat. What I found most interesting about this location was, yes, you go to Lone Pine, you obviously hear about the Anzacs and their stories as well, but you also hear the Turkish side. And I think what has transpired from that is this really close friendship. I've never been welcomed as friendly as I have when I arrived in Istanbul. People welcome Australians with open arms. And it's incredible friendship. It's obviously evolved from a conflict, but is a great bond that we now share with the Turkish people. Now this one, what are the inclusions? It includes everything. It is so inclusive, this tour. You're not going to miss out on seeing anything. Ephesus is in there, the Blue Mosque is in there, the Hagia Sophia is in there, Cappadocia is in there, going underground in Cappadocia is in there, the Galet Cruise is in there. It includes so much more. It's a small group tour, which I love. It's only 14 people. So you're only touring around Turkey with 14 others, plus your guide. This is fully escorted. So the guide will meet you in Istanbul on day 1, and they'll farewell you on the last day as well. It's pretty much all 5-star, which is really nice as well. Obviously, the Cave Hotel, I don't think they have star ratings on them. As I said, it's a really nice boutique experience, very, very comfortable accommodation. You've got the 3 nights on the Galette as well, and half your meals are included. You have breakfast every single day, you've got 11 lunches in there as well, and you've got 8 dinners. So really not too much left to do. Today, we have this incredible trip available for $4,999. It comes with the amazing flight offer, $499 per person. So to fly to Istanbul and back from Australia, just $499. Departure dates starting from August next year, going right through until October the year after. So plenty of dates to choose from in that range there as well, based on what time you prefer to travel. And those flights, it's a great offer to take advantage of, usually about $1,700 to get to Istanbul and back. And I'm going to hand over to Martin.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Lovely. Thank you. Put the microphone on. Excellent. Thank you. Say hello again to you. A few familiar faces. You've been here a few sessions. Sorry about that. You're still putting up with us. Thank you for being here. And again, thank you for you guys streaming from home as you are in the internet. It got a little bit hot before we just put the air conditioning on, so hopefully get a little bit more comfortable. After lunch, I'm starting to get a little bit droopy, so stay with me. Remember, there's still a bottle of wine at the end of the sessions. So if you put your hand up quickly and you answer correctly, that bottle of wine is yours. We've got 2 more sessions to go through for the rest of the afternoon. Spain, Portugal, Morocco, and then we go north to Ireland and Scotland. And then we wrap up the day with that. So let's start with Spain, Portugal, and Morocco. So close together geographically, yet so vastly different one from each other. So it's an incredible trip. We got a video. Sorry, I went too far ahead. Let's take a look at this video of Marrakesh.
Hello everyone, I am Abdul Rahim. I've been born and raised in southeast of Morocco. I've been living in Marrakesh for more than 9 years. I have been a tour guide for more than 7 years, and I still enjoy it every time I run a trip around my country. If you have ever been to Marrakesh, you would know where I am at the moment. But if not, this is the center of the old city called Jemaa el-Fna. Jemaa el-Fna, as we call it, is the heart of the city, is the heart of Marrakesh, where everything is happening at once. I hope I will be able to see some of you in my coming tours. Wherever you are, Morocco is waiting for you.
Then we'll have a Moroccan tour leader in Morocco. And look, it's very odd, as you've seen there on the video, it's very odd, very awkward for them to be filming those little videos, in the middle of nowhere and just talking to the camera. So they seem a little bit cold, but I cannot tell you how good our tour leaders are. They make an absolute difference on the tour. They will transform a Medina from being a scary place to a place where you move with confidence, knowing where to go, what to do, where to buy, what to eat, what not to eat, and so on. So I take my hat off at our excellent tour leaders. This trip, as you can see on the map, very, very comprehensive. Starts in Barcelona, we head south to Morocco, and we finish, we go through Portugal before finishing in Madrid. So I'm not going to go through city by city here. I've got a few photos to show you, so let's go straight to them. The trip starts in Barcelona, as I said before. We spent 2 nights there, and we include a walking tour of the old castle of Barcelona. And I could have put so many pictures here on Barcelona. I could put the Sagrada Familia, El Malecón. There's so amazing buildings there that you will see in Barcelona. But personally, it was the markets that really caught my attention and and took me by surprise. Food, it's amazing. The tapas are incredible. The tour leader will help you try a few tapas as you go. But the hams, the meats are delightful. I'm a father of 3 kids, so prosciutto, it's not something we see very often on our table. It's rather pricey here. But I did this trip in February 2019. It was the last trip I did. First hotel, Barcelona, buffet. I turn up and there's 5 different types of prosciutto there in front of me. Stuffing prosciutto in my pockets. It's just for later on. Now, not quite, but it's amazing. If you haven't been to Barcelona, we will take you through the main sites of Barcelona on that day tour. But if you haven't been to Barcelona, spend a couple of days beforehand, because it's a city that is worthwhile your time. There's Montserrat. There's many other sites that you probably want to go and see if it's not your first time. The trip then heads south and hugs the coast all along Alicante and Valencia. Stunning locations, both of them. We're a little bit tight on time, so we just go through. We'll go through those cities, but absolutely lovely locations, as you can see here on this photo. Oh, and I fell. First time I fall from it. I didn't mean that. Sorry. And then we get to Granada. Has anyone been to Granada before? Yes. Okay, excellent. Now, call me an ignorant, but I had 0 expectations of Granada, and it took me by surprise. It's a beautiful city where Islamic buildings and Arabic flavors, tastes mixed with Christian churches and old-fashioned tapas places. So it's a beautiful amalgamation of that Islamic and Spanish tradition there. And then it's the Alhambra. I had no idea the Alhambra existed. Again, I might have been ignorant, but what a building. The last Moorish building that was given to the Catholics, and it was given over in a very peaceful way. So it was very well maintained. It's very well maintained. It hasn't been ruined. It's been perfectly preserved since then. Now we will include this for you. We will take you in there, and again, you better have your walking shoes with you, because there is a lot of walking to do. It's a one-way circuit that you follow through the Alhambra. You can backtrack in some spaces, so you have to be prepared for a good couple of hours walking. It's become very difficult to book the Alhambra. You will notice that some tour operators actually don't include it anymore. They leave it as optional. You want to go there, you buy your own ticket. We are not doing that to you. We're including the Alhambra. We ask you to book a long time in advance, because we need your names to secure your tickets. But we still include the Alhambra in your experience, which is a must for everyone going to the south of Spain. Then we take the ferry, we cross the Gibraltar Strait onto Morocco, and it's a different country. It's a different world. It was the first time for me in an Islamic country, and I really did experience some cultural shock. You know, everything is different. Everyone is loud, and everyone was there's different smells and different food, and I didn't understand. I couldn't read. Thankfully, my tour leader was there. She just calm me down. You'll be okay, Martin. Relax. And once I got into it, it was a terrific experience that I very much treasure. We go through. Our first stop will be Rabat, where we stop for the night. We'll have a full included guided tour of Rabat. Then we go to Casablanca. We see the main mosque in Casablanca, and then we continue going to Marrakesh, where your senses will be slapped. It's like the smells, the views, the noise. It's an absolutely amazing destination. My favorite part. Forget about my favorite part. Again, who's been there? Who's been to Marrakesh? Your favorite part. What do you remember Marrakesh for? Yeah, excellent. Anyone else been to Marrakesh? Yes. Anything that particularly all of it. The bazaar, right? The Medina. The Medina is absolutely amazing. It's again one of those places that you walk. You need your walking shoes on, and you walk through. And it's places like this where they sell the lanterns, they sell carpets, they sell rugs, and then you get to the butcher section, and they got all the animals lined up there, one next to each other. And this is a still photo, and what it's hard to see here, it's the smells, it's the noise, it's the motorcycles whizzing past, and the motorcycles are good because you can hear the motorcycles coming, but the bicycles are the ones that take you by surprise. You hear it, and the bicycle is right there in front of you, so
dodging bicycles. It's an amazing experience. And then at night, the whole Medina turns into a massive restaurant. And we'll take you there, and our tour leader will take you there and show you and teach you how to taste the best food in Marrakesh. It's an amazing experience. We start heading through the Sahara Desert, and we go to two amazing cities, the UNESCO World Heritage Site of Aït Banadaoud, excuse my French, I'm South American, Spanish is my thing, I'm not very good in my French, two stunning cities, and Ouarzazate. Ouarzazate being particular because it's a home of not one, but two movie studios. A lot of Hollywood movies have been filmed here. Both great examples of Southern Moroccan architecture, as you can see here, this clay, this mud buildings, completely different to anything you've seen so far and that you will see again. After that, we move on to Fez, a city that back in the 19th century, it was the place to be, where all famous mathematicians, philosophers, like all the most prolific part of the society used to conglomerate here in Fez. Nowadays, it's not quite that place, but it's still a very, very beautifully and very historic place to visit. And the Medina, again, is right up there with the one in Marrakesh. Without much fuss, we cross, we jump on the ferry again, and we get to Seville. Incredible city. Unfortunately, I have to go through this very, very quickly, but Seville is a place where we're going to stay 2 days. We have a full guided tour of Seville, the House of Flamenco. So you will experience some flamenco firsthand. And then we continue going to Lisbon. By the time you get to Lisbon, this is 15, 16 days traveling. What mesmerized me is that we've been to so many different places, yet you get to Lisbon and yet it's different again. It's a completely different city. The landscape is different. You got those beautiful old towns with the steep streets. You got the trams coming along. Very romantic. My wife and I got there when we weren't married, yes, and we loved it. We fell in love with it. We thought, oh, we're going to get married here. Stupid idea. We didn't get married there. It was incredibly difficult, but it is a very romantic, beautiful place. Very beautiful place to be. Again, we include a full guided tour of Lisbon, and then we cross and finish this trip in Madrid. We only spent a night in Madrid. A lot of people have been to Madrid from previous experience. A lot of people have been to Madrid already. So we only include one night in Madrid. If you haven't been in Madrid before, if this is your first time in Madrid, again, it's an incredible city, needs no introduction. So make sure you spend a night or two after the trip to really witness and see the best that Madrid has to offer. We can help you with post accommodation, with optional activities there as well. So make sure you spend time if you haven't been there yet. Now, incredible inclusions as we've been talking about, fully escorted tour. We have a Spaniard guide in Spain, a Moroccan tour leader in Morocco. We got 17 nights of accommodation in stunning 4- and 5-star hotels. We've got a great balance of included activities and optional activities. When we get to, didn't mention it, but when we get to Marrakesh, you can opt to do a hammam massage, with the pools and all the luxurious mud baths and all those things that I would never do myself, but they're there to do. I did the cooking class. The cooking class was amazing, absolutely amazing cooking class, great experience, and I still do that dish at home. So you have lots of time as well to do your own thing and to explore at your own pace. Comfortable, dedicated private transportation throughout. Daily brekkie, so you don't have to worry about breakfast and morning tea, because usually stuff some prosciutto in your pockets and you have your morning tea. And we have a couple of dinners there as well. Having the tour leader there, it makes a whole difference to your dinner time. When I did when I joined this group back in February 19, the group went to the tour leader and went, okay, who wants to do Moroccan? Who wants to do Italian? Who wants to do pizza tonight? Okay, you go here, you go there, you go there. So the tour leader really pushes you and points you in the right direction of the best place for you that night. For this event, and for this event only, the trip is going for $4,299 per person. And you can add your international flights to that for only $699. Those international flights alone are usually worth $1,500. So it's a great opportunity to book this trip. This is one of the most popular tours that we have at Inspiring Vacations. We have departure dates going from February 22 to November 23. They are already booking out. We had a lot of clients that couldn't travel on these trips that are booked for 22 and 23. So if this trip takes your fancy, make sure you to book it today. As Brendan is going to explain, $99 only. A week to think about it, but you secure your spot and you offer today. Where are we off to next? Ireland and Scotland. Okay, stay with me. Only 10 more minutes and we're done. Two trips again to introduce you to the 12-day Explore Ireland and the 16-day Ireland and Scotland small group tours. Both are small group tours. Small group tours in this part of the world is 26. Normally, you will see some of the other tour operators, they are traveling with 50 plus passengers. We only take 26 passengers on this trip, which is perfect for the kind of experiences that we are going to offer, and I'll show you in a moment. Now, both these itineraries share the same itinerary in the south of Ireland. Both will go to Blarney Castle, to Kerry, Limerick, Connemara, and finish in Dublin. Now, the 16-day itinerary, you'll have a bit of an experience in Scotland. You go to Edinburgh, Aberdeen, Loch Ness, and my favorite, the Arkard Castle. Beautifully set on top of Loch Ness. You've been there, you're not in there. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous spot. Your two little flowers here will show off, telling you all about the 1,000 years of history of that point, and stunning little place in Scotland. And if you do the 12-day Explore Ireland only, you will get to go to Donegal, go to Derry, the World City, and visit Belfast as well, which shows you not only the best sceneries, but also, gives you a better idea, a better understanding of the travels in that part of the world. So let's take a look at a few images that we got ready for you today. The first, look, Ireland is stunning. The scenery is stunning. It doesn't take too long for any Irish person to say that they live in the most beautiful country in the world. And I might be a little bit biased. They tend to be a little bit drunk as well every now and then. But don't tell that to my managing director. He's Irish, so it's not here. Okay, good. I still have my job. But there's plenty of truth to that statement. It's a stunning country, a very, very scenic country, and you start seeing those sceneries on day one of the trip. We take you to the ring of Kerry. You see those landscapes there. There's a fair share of castle exploration throughout this trip. As you can imagine, you will see many of them from outside. We will take you through some of them, not all of them. You will go bananas if you go through every single castle that we see along the way. But a great part of the history as well. Blarney Castle, one of my favorites, with the what's it called, the Stone of Eloquence. You kissed it, they say, and you kissed it, didn't you? You kissed it. She kissed it too. You kissed it, and you will never be lost for words again. So, right, yes. So don't make the misses anywhere near that world. I made that mistake, and I'm still paying for it. So yeah, the Blarney Castle. We keep going to the Cliffs of Moher. Again, another incredibly scenic location, and we then move on to the mountains in the Connemara region. Again, scenery, absolutely stunning. But to be completely honest with you, you can open your phones today, you can open your computers today, and you can book a million tours that will take you to see those scenic parts of Ireland, right? What I particularly like about these trips and what these trips, the reason why these trips make me proud is for all the different experiences that we can offer you, because we are in a smaller group, only 26 people, that not everyone else will offer you. Some of them are, for example, visiting the Bourne drum maker. That's not Robert De Niro, by the way. It looks alike, but it's not Robert De Niro. But yeah, we get to visit a workshop where they make these drums. On their own, they sound incredibly annoying, but when they play in the band, they're the spirit of Irish music. So it's great to see these guys in action. Again, you get you get under the skin of the country you visit. You get to see the traditions, and this is a great example of that. We also take you to the Bantry Castle, the Banratty Castle, where they throw a medieval feast for you. So we go there at night. Anyone been there? No? Oh, I'd love to go there. It's a medieval occasion, you know, everyone dressed up, incredible feast laid out in front of you, and all medieval entertainment. More contemporary, we visit the Taylor 3 Rock Pub with more contemporary Irish entertainment, a great experience. Here comes my lovely managing director from Ireland. Thank you very much. He's going to correct me on every pronunciation of the words that I'm going to say. Luckily, I'm nearly finished. I already went past the ball the drums. And one of my favorites, we visited a local farm. I love to visit farms to get a real taste of what it's like to live there. And so we get to see a local family, a local farm. We get to say hi, and they show us they do a demonstration of a sheep, dog sheep. What is it? Dog. Thank you. Shit, I always get it the other way around. My kids kill me every single time. Anyway, we get to see that demonstration. It's a lot of fun. Great cultural experience. The Ballyg Pottery Factory, and we of course take you to a distillery, to the Glenfiddich distillery to be precise. So a great, lovely trip. Lots of inclusions there wrapped up for you. Great inclusions, as I said before, fully escorted by an English-speaking tour leader. Doesn't mean you're going to understand them. They're either Irish or Scottish. You will get by. They speak very simply. A small group too, as I mentioned before, 26 people only. Very comprehensive, full of very inclusive itinerary, lots of inclusions. Handpicked 3 and 4 stars accommodation. It's mostly 4 stars, but there's a couple of 3 there, so we have to put 3, but it's mostly 4 stars accommodation. Greatly located in the center of the action, so very easy for you to wander around. Comfortable private transport, breaky daily, 5 dinners, and all this, it's going from $3,999. That's for the island-only trip. And you can add your flights for only $699 instead of paying nearly $1,500. So a great offer. The Scotland and Ireland tour goes from $5,999, and also you can purchase your flights from $699. We got departures from May to September 2022. We will release 2023 shortly as well. Don, you want to do the honors?
Do we need to get you a rail in for tomorrow?
They only fill once.
I'll go. That's okay. Yeah, as long as you're okay. I'll grab that one off you. Alrighty, that concludes that session. So we've seen Scandinavia, the coastal cruising, the Scandinavia land tours, Turkey, Spain, Portugal, Morocco, and obviously Ireland and Scotland, which has been fantastic. We'll take some questions in a moment. Martin mentioned it a few times, and he did a very, very good job of it. Super easy to book today. It's only a $99 deposit in most cases. If you do want to take advantage of the event offer, which is the flights, you simply just pay the $99, and it's got a 7-day cooling off. So apologies for the people that have heard this 5 times already. 7 days cooling off, no questions asked, money back guarantee if you don't want to go ahead with it, but at least it locks in that event offer. If you want to do 2 trips, which ones would you do? I'll probably do Spain, Portugal, Morocco, and then I might head over to Ireland. That'd be nice as well. Take 5% off that second trip, which is fantastic. And you can book online, super easy. Scan the QR code in the brochure that you've got there in your pack. It will take you through to the website. You can see all the details of those trips that we just spoke about, and you just need your name, credit card, and the $99 deposit, and it locks in that offer for you. So, any questions on any of those destinations? We've still got Damien here for coastal Norway as well, if we've got any questions for Hurdy Bruton.
How close do you have flights to the start and finish of the tours? How close do they have to be?
There is flexibility. So we book the flight so you arrive on day 1 and leave on the last day. But if you do want to extend either side, that's completely possible as well. You just put through a special request. We book your flights as per your request. If there is a difference in price, sometimes you fly on different days, airlines charge different things. We'll quote you that and you can opt to pay that additional amount to go early. Otherwise, a lot of the time, there's no fee to do that. Yes, sir.
What's the best time to go to Turkey?
Best time to go to Turkey. Look, it's probably away from those winter months. Like around April is a great time to go. The other end of the year, around those August, September months, I just think it's nice, temperate climate over all of Turkey, not too hot, not too cold. And keep in mind, you're going to be on the boat for 3 days as well. So it's nice to have a little bit more warmer weather as you're coming into those June, July periods.
Can you get taxis? take you places in Turkey.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. It's literally the most friendly place I've ever been.
Lovely, Mediterranean.
Yeah.
We wanted to go to the Asian side.
Yes.
We were going to a small cemetery. Anyway, we didn't get to go the first night, but we went the next day and the taxi took us over the bridge.
Yep.
And took us round there and they drive right next to each other. They know what they're doing.
Yeah. I caught a taxi in from the airport. It was, a little bit hair raising. I felt safe at the same time, but they do get mighty close to the next car, that's for sure.
Then another time, the Blue Mosque.
Yeah.
Right, they're walking around, crowds of people, and all of a sudden somebody was yelling out. And I thought, oh, what am I doing with my phone? And it turned out it wasn't me, it was a lady behind me, and her veil had dropped down.
Oh, wow.
They were telling her she must put it on her head.
Yeah, yep. It is a more relaxed Muslim culture there, which is great. So you do get kind of a mix of those different cultures, but there definitely is still that tradition in some locations, especially around the mosques.
And that's beautiful going with your tour leader as well. He or she will always point out those cultural things you need to be aware of.
It is a good point to note if you are going to go to the mosque, especially for the gentlemen, it's good to wear pants because they won't allow you in with shorts above the knees or anything like that. So long pants is definitely advisable.
Is there any extra charge for an extended stopover on the flight back to Australia?
No, it's the same answer as the gentleman. So you can put in a request if you want to do a stopover, let's say in Singapore, as an example. We'll quote based on that request. If we can secure our flights, so we've got private fares to a lot of these places, which is why we can offer these amazing deals. There's no extra charge to do that, but sometimes, as I said, depending on what the airlines are doing, they do charge different rates for different days. We'll always quote that to you before booking anything, and you can make a decision if you want to go ahead with it or not.
Okay. Just one other thing.
Yeah.
What about if you wanted to extend the tour after, say, the Spain, Portugal, and Morocco?
Yep.
To go somewhere else in Europe, would you then have to return to
That airport.
the end city, which is Madrid?
No, you don't have to. So that's the same scenario as well. Say, for example, you want to fly into Barcelona where that one starts. You might want to leave from London or something like that as an example. Again, that's just we call it an airline variation, and we try and book based on your request. And if there's any difference in cost, we let you know. Yep.
Another thing is, when we were in Turkey, I finished up, I got dehydrated and I got finished up in hospital.
Oh.
Right?
Dramatic finish.
I'll tell you what, beautiful.
Yeah.
So clean.
Yep.
On the Asian side, I don't know that, but on the Asian, so clean. And
Yep.
So beautifully kept,
It's incredibly modern, but obviously it's got those deep historical roots. It is a great place to visit.
They have trams.
Yes, they do. I never ventured on one. I wasn't game to ask for. How do I ask for a ticket? Any other questions?
Yeah, we've got another question.
Just one more.
Yeah.
On the Moroccan tour, and I'll get the pronunciation wrong, I'm sure, but between Fez and Tangier, there's a place called the Blue City.
Chef Joanne. Yep.
Does the tour go through that?
This one's from Martin.
It's not listed on the itinerary. But
No, our small group tour does, which is our 16-day just Morocco itinerary, does a full loop around and goes there, but not the longer one. Anybody else? All right. Some people will probably have had about 5 chances of doing this by now, so we're going to give away a bottle of wine for somebody that can answer the fastest. You need to raise your hand. Don't yell out. So raise your hand the fastest if you've got the answer correct. Is everybody ready? Martin's going to be checking. What do we got? In what region of Turkey will you find the fairy chimneys?
Yes, you were right, which was quick. Sorry. You're right. It's practice now. It's been here 2 sessions, so she had a bit of time.
Yeah, exactly. All right, that is it for that session. We're moving on to, well, essentially North Africa now. So we've got Morocco, we've got Egypt coming up, we've got Jordan coming up, we've got South Africa coming up as well. So feel free to stay around if you wish. No.
This one's his bed. Like that, and it finds itself in the right.
I wouldn't be able to swim away fast enough the other direction. All right, I think we are going to get a start on our next session. This one is packed with obviously those bucket list destinations that I think everybody wants to see at some point in their life. We're going to begin with Egypt. I mean, it doesn't really need any introduction. It's obviously home to some of the greatest wonders in the world. This one here, we've got a short video just to get you inspired about this incredible destination.
A sandstorm tore through the caravan. Camels and merchants became one with the dunes. The lone survivor thought best to walk on. Too far to return. On the 10th day, his water jar held but dust. On the 11th day, his heart saw death. On the 12th day, he spied a shimmer on the horizon. A sanctuary of green, an island of water in an ocean of sand. With a clap like thunder, a golden heron alighted. Oh, little one, here is figs, grains, melons, and fish enough for a lifetime, and converse is pleasing. Stay with me. Thank you, Great One, but my heart remembers. A child held to my bosom, a wife's gaze, the sun above my village. I must leave, if I may. If you have come to me, God has let you leave. Follow the sunset for 12 days. You shall meet another caravan. You shall dwell again in the midst of your kindred. I shall return and shower you with the best Egypt has to offer. Little one, when you depart, this oasis shall become dunes once more. And so he returned to Egypt, and so it was.
Egypt is incredible. I think the first time that you lay eyes on the pyramids, that time, it's like one of those childhood dreams realized in reality. It is incredible, regardless of how many pictures of them you've seen. There's nothing like seeing them in real life. Now, my colleague, Paul Hocking, couldn't be with us today. He's going to run us through a session which he has recorded for us. We'll answer your questions towards the end about this particular one, but Paul is the expert on this. He's put a lot of these itineraries together himself, so he's going to run you through the highlights of some of these trips to Egypt.
Hello everyone, my name is Paul.
Hello everyone, my name is Paul and I'm a product manager here at Inspiring Vacations. Now, today, I'm really excited to talk to you all about Egypt and Jordan. This is a phenomenal destination to visit. It is by far one of the best places I've ever been to, and there is so much to see and do there. The ancient monuments just can't be rivaled anywhere else in the world. From the pyramids to the Sphinx, there is so much to see in Egypt and Jordan. The food is delicious, the locals are friendly, and we have the perfect tours for all of you to visit these destinations with Inspiring Vacations. So today, I'm going to talk to you about a couple of those tours. I'm going to talk to you about what you can see and do in Egypt and Jordan, and then of course, what offers we have available for you if you book with us here today at the event. Okay, so the first tour I wanted to talk about is the 15-day Egypt Uncovered and Nile cruise. Now, this is the quintessential tour for the first-time visitor to Egypt. It's very in-depth. You get to see from all the way from the north to the south of Egypt, and it is a fantastic 15-day itinerary. We start in Cairo, where we get to see the Great Pyramids, the Sphinx, and of course, the hustle and bustle of the large city of Cairo with its 20 or so million people. It's a really interesting place to visit. And then we head up to Alexandria, so a beautiful port city. We explore the ancient catacombs, and then we head back to Cairo. From here, we embark on a very unforgettable experience. It's the overnight train from Cairo to Aswan. Now, you have to do this if you're in Egypt. It is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. It's very comfortable, and it is an excellent way to travel. We spend 2 nights in Aswan, whilst visiting Abu Simbel, which I'll speak about in a couple of slides. And then we board the Nile cruise. So a Nile cruise is the biggest highlight of a trip to Egypt. It is the best way to see the country. You're cruising along on your floating hotel past little villages. You get to see the life on the Nile River, which is the lifeblood of Egypt. We cruise up to Luxor, where we have a few nights, and here is where we get to see the Valley of the Kings. So the Valley of the Kings is a network of ancient tombs, and a lot of the artifacts that are on display today and are known about Egypt have been unearthed here in Luxor. We then head up to Hurghada, where we've got 2 nights in a beautiful beachside resort at a 5-star hotel. So here, what a better way to finish your trip in Egypt than 2 nights relaxing by the pool or by the Red Sea. You've got the option to go snorkeling here. So it is a really beautiful part of Egypt. And then we head back up to Cairo for a final evening where you get to do some last minute shopping and perhaps see the things that you didn't see the first time in Cairo. Heading over here, we've got the 21-day Egypt Uncovered and Jordan with Nile cruise. So this is the same Egypt tour, but we've added a fantastic Jordan extension. So this is for those of you who want to see a little bit more when you're heading over from Australia to the Middle East, or if you've already been to Egypt and you wanted to see Jordan as well on this trip. So this is all the same Egypt touring, and then we head over to Amman, the capital of Jordan. We do sightseeing here, and then we head down to the ruins of Petra. Now, this is one of the wonders of the world. It was only discovered in the 1800s, so there is still so much to unearth there. It is a spectacular part of the world. And then we head down to Wadi Rum. So this is absolutely one of the highlights of any trip to Egypt and Jordan, and that is staying under the stars in the Wadi Rum desert. We've got a beautiful luxury camp set up for you in Wadi Rum, where you get to spend the evening under the stars, away from the light pollution, and swapping stories with your fellow travelers before heading up to Amman for your final evening. As I mentioned before, there is incredible sightseeing on offer in Egypt and Jordan. And what better way to start than seeing the pyramids of Giza? This is the biggest icon of the ancient world. And it's not hard to see why when you're first gazing upon the pyramids of Giza. It is one of the most spectacular sights anywhere in the world. And I personally could not believe the sheer scale and the ingenuity of the ancient Egyptians when I visited myself. You'll of course see the Sphinx, which has its own rich history. And then we head up to the Valley of the Kings. So this is just one of the examples of one of the tombs that you'll get to see. Our entry ticket gets us into 3 different tombs of your choosing. And then you have the option to add on the tomb of King Tutankhamun, so one of the most famous pharaohs in ancient Egypt. And as you can see from that photo here, it is just so intricate, all of the different stories that they've carved onto the walls of the tombs. And the colors that you'll see there are still so as nearly as vivid as they were when they were painted thousands and thousands of years ago. On the left here, we've got Kom Ombo Temple. So this is one of the temples that you'll see during your Nile cruise. It's situated right on the banks of the Nile, and it is absolutely phenomenal to walk through these pillars and see the intricate details on these sandstone monoliths. This is just one example of the temples that you will get to see. We'll visit many on our journey to Egypt. And with your Egyptologist guide, you will learn so much about the history and the people of ancient Egypt. Of course, no trip to Egypt is complete without trying the delicious cuisine. We visit the Khan el-Khalili Bazaar in Cairo. So this is a heartbeat of Cairo. It's a large market, the smells of the spices and all the food, and you'll see the locals all going about their daily business. It is a really incredible experience, and the food in Egypt is delicious. I know from experience, particularly the tagines and just the spices that they've got on the food is absolutely delicious. Of course, no trip to Egypt is complete without spending time by the Nile. The Nile is the lifeblood of Egypt. There's no question about that. And we spend a lot of time by the Nile. Most of the population lives by the river, and it's not hard to see why. It's the Nile River Delta is very picturesque. It is very abundant, and that's why all of the locals live by the Nile River. We spend a lot of time in Aswan. So Aswan is at the southern end of the Nile River in Egypt. And we spend time visiting the little villages. We spend time on felucca boats. So the felucca boats here are a traditional sailing vessel, and it is a really excellent way to experience the Nile River. And of course, you've got all of the monuments that are just littered along the banks of the river. So it is such a special experience cruising down the Nile. It's like you're cruising back in time to an ancient landscape. And then on the right here, we have Abu Simbel temples. So these temples were actually moved from their original location to where they're situated today. They were moved about 60 meters up the mountain. Now, when they flooded the Nile, a part of the Nile River Valley in the 1960s, they moved the Abu Simbel temples up so that they would avoid being flooded. Now, that just proves how much they value their monuments and how much and what great lengths they will go to preserve their history. And you'll see that all throughout Egypt. The local Egyptians are so proud of their heritage, and you'll learn so much about what they're doing to preserve these ancient Egyptian artifacts with visits to places like the Egyptian Museum. And then if you are adding on the Jordan extension, on the left here is Petra. So the ancient city of Petra, what a sight. It is so unique. It is so imposing. And it is just mind-blowing how they could have, carved these intricate temples into this thick rock so many years ago. And then we spend a night out in Wadi Rum Desert. So it's a desolate landscape, but we've got all the comforts of home at your camp. It's been used as a filming location for Indiana Jones, Game of Thrones. So it's a really famous spot, and it is striking in its beauty with its large mountains and desolate landscape. So we spend some time visiting this desert area. Now, any trip with Inspiring Vacations to Egypt and Jordan includes these incredible inclusions. So all of that sightseeing that I just mentioned, plus more. There's so much more to see and do in Egypt and Jordan. I could speak about it all day. And all of our tours are small group. So with a maximum of only 16 guests. So that means you get to go up to your Egyptologist guide and ask them as many questions as you want. You get to really get to know your fellow clients on this tour. And you'll walk away with really good friends. I know personally on my tour to Egypt, I am still in touch with some of the people that I met, and we had such an excellent time together. We've handpicked deluxe 5-star accommodation throughout Egypt and Jordan for you. There is no better way to finish a day touring through the hot deserts of Egypt than getting back to your 5-star hotel, dusting off your shoes, and then relaxing by the pool with your friends. It is a really beautiful way to travel throughout Egypt, and we have spared no expense giving you the deluxe 5-star accommodation throughout. We have dedicated coach transportation. So all tours to Egypt and Jordan with us include your own coach. So you'll only travel with Inspiring Vacations clients, a dedicated driver, and of course, your Egyptologist guide in Egypt and your tour leader in Jordan. All of our tours include a 3 or 4 night Nile River cruise. Now that depends on the direction that you will be cruising, but no trip to Egypt is complete without a Nile cruise. And of course, we've included that on every one of our itineraries. We include breakfast daily and most meals. So we include quite a few lunches on days where we're out all day touring. We get to visit local restaurants and try all the delicious cuisine that I mentioned earlier. And then we have a lot of dinners included as well. Now we have some nights where you can choose your own cuisine, where you can potentially, just go down to the hotel restaurant and do that yourself. So you've got the flexibility on some of those nights on tour. And all of our trips to Egypt are fully escorted by an Egyptologist guide. These are the experts in their field. They've studied for years and years, learning about Egyptian culture and the ancient Egyptian history. So they are your go-to for any questions you might have when you're seeing these monuments. I know they are so happy to answer any questions, and they're so passionate about ancient Egypt, and they will be more than happy to share that knowledge with you. Now, to thank you all for coming along today, we have some incredible offers in market for you if you book your Egypt and Jordan tour today with us. Now, our reservations team are on hand. If you have any further questions, you can also ask some questions at the end of this session. But we've got a special price from $4,999 per person to see all of those things that I just mentioned to you earlier. So typically, a tour like this will cost you around $7,500. So we have packed it with fantastic value, all of those things that I mentioned earlier, plus today only, if you want to add your return airfares from Melbourne for only $699 per person. Now, I know these flights to Egypt can be valued up to and above $2,200 per person. So that alone represents fantastic value, and there is no better time to book your Egypt and Jordan adventure than today with us at this event. We have departures from June next year all the way through to December 2023. So there is a date for you if you want to book, and seats are filling up fast. Due to our groups being small groups, the seats fill up really quickly, so now is the best time to book. Now, if you do have any questions, I'll hand over to my team who are on site. And thank you so much for joining us and learning about Egypt and Jordan.
Is amazing. It looks like it was drawn yesterday, and it's still exactly like it was thousands of years ago. I found Valley of the Kings probably the highlight of the trip. The pyramids are incredible. Valley of the Kings, in my opinion, is one of the best parts of the trip. Martin, are we going to go off script here? So has anybody from the last session seen Spain, Portugal, Morocco? Yes, 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 yes. Right, I think we will. So we've got, yeah.
In Egypt, where we get on that map did you?
It's further up, so you go all the way up the coast of Egypt, and there's like a little peninsula that sticks out. It's kind of up in that region there. We don't head up that far.
My brother used to take convoys over.
Yeah, wow.
He used to take the sides over. A great big convoy.
Yeah.
He said, you go over, they're coming back, they've been covered up with sand all over.
Yeah.
You couldn't just think, oh, I've gone over there, but it's easy getting back. It wasn't, you know.
It still is like that. The shifting sands of the desert do completely cover things in the course. It can happen overnight almost in some of these sandstorms. We'll move on to South Africa first. Martin will come back. We do have Morocco in this session, so it really is our Spain, Portugal, Morocco itinerary that is our favourite. We'll go to South Africa. For those that saw Spain, Portugal, Morocco previously, obviously you can exit after South Africa. So I'm spoiling it for those that haven't seen it. Apologies. All right, so a destination that really needs no introduction. Obviously, we've seen Egypt. The African continent is home to just some of the greatest treasures. This is all about the wildlife, obviously. So we're going to look at Southern Africa. Before we do, let's have a look at a quick video of what you're going to see when you go on safari in Africa.
The land is hard. The land is hard. Firm, dusty, and warm. Runs through my soles directly into myself. Though breaks my whole, it feeds my child. Though upon it my days unfold, I return unto. The land is hard. Yet forged in a relationship based on mutual love and respect. She gave you life, yet needs nourishment herself. The land is hard. Yet fertile from savannah to sea, it sustains us and the creatures whom call it home. Life is abundant and all-encompassing. The land is hard. Its mountainous contours spread for all to gaze upon. The land is as hard as the world is large, as the horizon is far, as time is old, as the heart does pump blood through my veins, so does the land and water give life. As does the sun return light to the day, so do the people return life and love to the land.
The best itineraries out there if you are visiting Southern Africa for the first time. So this particular one, our 18-day Inspiring Africa, it's got the word inspiring in it. Obviously, it's one of our feature tours because that's part of a link to our brand. And so this one here starts in Johannesburg. So this is the entry point for this itinerary. However, where all the magic starts to happen is when we start heading up to the national parks. So we're going to take you, this is a fully escorted trip, by the way. We're going to take you from Johannesburg up to Kruger National Park for 2 nights. While here, we're literally going to stay in a lodge right next to the park itself. Ample opportunity, 2 different sets of game drives here. We'll talk about those in a moment and when they take place. From here, I'm going to fly from Kruger up to Victoria Falls, probably one of the other highlights for a lot of people who are visiting South Africa for the first time and visiting, obviously, Zimbabwe and Botswana as well. From there, we're going to base ourselves in Victoria Falls. You get to do some sightseeing there, which we'll have a look at in a moment. Then we're going to go out to park number 2. This itinerary is designed to give you as much time as possible to see the Big Five. So we're going to head out to Chobe National Park from Victoria Falls. After we leave Victoria Falls, we're going to keep going down into Zimbabwe to our third national park, Hwange. This provides a completely different experience to Kruger and Chobe. It's less visited and so therefore makes it quite unique. From there, we head up to Lake Kariba. Now, this is probably one of the features of this particular trip. This actually happens on the lake. So we stay on a deluxe houseboat for 2 nights, cruising Lake Kariba from the Zimbabwe side. On the boat itself, they take you out during the day on launches, so smaller little craft, and they take you to do wildlife viewing from the water on Lake Kariba itself. Coming back, they bring you back onto the boat each day, and we'll have a look at that in a moment as well. You then go down into Matobo Hills before heading back across into Botswana. So Botswana, Lonely Planet's one of the best places to visit before you must see. And so this is a great place to go. We head past the Makati, which we'll talk about, and we head into the gateway of the Okavango Delta, which is Morne, which essentially is the 4th national park that we're looking at on this itinerary before finishing down in Cape Town. Now, we haven't included, obviously, too many nights in Cape Town, but you can definitely extend. We can help out with accommodation and extension packages for those wishing to see it. It is all about the wildlife, and this itinerary allows you to see as much of that as possible. It ticks off probably the 4 greatest national parks in that Southern Africa region. You've got your Kruger. As I said, we stay here for 2 nights. You do a sunset safari, which means you get to see all those nocturnal animals, and then you do a full day safari the next day, seeing a whole different variety of animals that come out during the day. Up to Chobe, this is a completely different safari experience. You can see a picture of it on there on the left. This takes place on the water. And so what's so great about this one, water obviously attracts all kinds of life. It is obviously the lifeblood for Africa. The animals come down to the water's edge and you cruise up that river doing your animal safaris from the water on these little craft. It also includes a portion on the land on that day as well. So you get both that mix of wildlife viewing on the water and also by land. Hwange is the next one, which I mentioned. So Hwange, what makes Hwange really interesting is it's not as popular as the other ones, which means it's considered to be the more wild park. It means you see the animals probably more so in their natural habitat because they haven't had that impact of tourists coming in as much. And so Hwange is meant to be what the true wild of Africa looks like. It has a diverse range of animals. It has one of the largest populations of elephants of any of the parks in Africa. It's a great spot for elephant spotting and just provides a completely different aspect away from the crowds. Last but not least, really the jewel of this trip, probably the jewel of Southern Africa really is that Okavango Delta region. So this is in Botswana, one of the largest delta waterways in the world. It comes through the Kalahari coming into Botswana. And what I love about this one, again, the water is really home, the lifeblood of the region. And so you conduct your safaris by Morocco, which you can see there. It's a dugout canoe. It is steered obviously by an expert ranger, and they take you up the waterways. Obviously get to experience some of those aquatic animals like the hippos, but you also see all manner of life forms coming down there as well. The Makati is like a complete polar opposite to anything else that we've seen at the Okavango. It is almost devoid of life. It is a salt pan, one of the largest in the world. It used to be an inland lake, dried up hundreds of years ago. What makes this amazing is there would have been islands at one time. So this would have been completely covered in water and islands would have been sticking out of the water itself. These islands are now coming out of the salt pan and look like these incredible rocky outcrops that litter the landscape. You can see the baobab trees there, really, really iconic around the Makati salt pans. No trip to Africa is complete without Victoria Falls. We do go there. You get to do a full day falls tour as well. It is called the Smoke That Thunders for a good reason. When it's in full flood, you can feel the spray of the falls from miles away and hear the thunder of the water crashing down. Obviously one of the largest waterfalls in the world, depending which way you measure it. Down on the right-hand side there, that is the houseboat. So this is the Lake Kariba experience, which is awesome. You do 2 nights on board this vessel. It is your accommodation. It's got ensuite bathrooms. It's very, very comfortable. They take you out by day on small little boats, tender boats, to go do your wildlife viewing. And what I love about each and every single day on here is they come back and they do sundowners on the deck and you can have a drink as the sun goes down over the African savannah. What is included with this one? Everything. There is really no optionals. There is an optional. It's a helicopter flight over Victoria Falls, if you so wish, a great way to get up close. All your game viewings included, all your safari drives, all of that incredible tours of the falls themselves is all included as part of this package. It is a tiny group, only 12 people. Really, really intimate way to travel around Africa, which is great. There's no camping. Camping in Africa is very common for some people. This is a nice way to see Africa. It's 12 nights in boutique accommodation. It's all lodges, all hotels. So there is no nights of camping on this one. You've obviously got the 2 nights on the houseboat there as well, really just to top it off. And look, around half of your meals, all your breakfasts are included, your 6 lunches, your 10 dinners are included with this one, and it's fully escorted. So as I said, guide picks you up in Johannesburg and fares well as you are in Cape Town, and you've got a dedicated air-conditioned transportation throughout. I want to go. $899. So this one, incredible value. It's 18 days. As I said, it's pretty much, I'm not going to say all-inclusive, fully inclusive touring. All your game drives as part of that. Very, very few optionals. A couple of meals which you'll need to arrange locally with your guide. Like Martin pointed out, the guides are the best source of information. If you're ever wondering where to go, what to do, what to eat, the guide is your go-to person. The airfare offer, $999, is available with this one. So that's flights from Melbourne or from any other eastern city in Australia over to Johannesburg, out of Cape Town, and they're usually valued up to $1,700. Departure dates for this one at this stage, just July next year through to December. There's a range of different dates in that period. And because of the distances that you're going to different parts of Africa, there really is no bad or good time to go. Different parts experience different climates at certain times of the year, and that brings out different forms of wildlife. So all of these dates are great times to visit. And we won't go into that just yet. We'll go back to Spain, Portugal, Morocco. But before we do, for those that have seen Spain, Portugal, Morocco already, we're happy to open up to questions now. And if you don't want to stay again for Spain, Portugal, Morocco, we can farewell you from here. Yes?
Are you able to combine the Egypt and African tour? As two separate tours, but they're timing, so they come together while you're over there?
If the dates line up, yes. We would have to check to see if we can actually get those two to merge, but absolutely. And then if you guys would have been here before, you get the 5% off the second tour as well. Yep. There's a lot of Egypt dates, so there's a good possibility that there'll be a date in there somewhere that lines up with one of the Africa dates.
Do it at the moment because we'd probably be looking at 2023, I think. So
Yeah.
we'll probably have to wait for the new ones to come out.
Yep. So this trip will have 2023. I'm looking at Marta now. Probably on available for sale. I would say early next year, and then we'll have 2023 available for Africa as well, for Southern Africa.
Okay.
Yeah. Great.
We'll take the lead.
No problem. Anyone else questions at this stage? All right, it's the Martin show for the last time.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, so I'm going to go through our Spain, Portugal, Morocco itinerary again. So if you've seen it already, you are welcome. You want to friend me? I won't take it personally, but yes, you can go and have a coffee and have a chat with the team outside. Let's go back. Oh, I need to turn my microphone, right? Yeah. Is that better? Oh, yeah. Hello. Okay. Hey. Yeah. Good to go. Yep. Excellent. Okay. Thank you. Let me talk you through our Spain, Portugal, and Morocco itinerary. This is a 9. Oh, before I talk to you about it, you're going to listen. You're going to hear from one of our tour leaders on the ground. So I'll put him on first.
Hello everyone, I am Abdulrahim. I've been born and raised in southeast of Morocco. I've been living in Marrakesh for more than 9 years. I have been a tour guide for more than 7 years, and I still enjoy it every time I run a trip around my country. If you have ever been to Marrakesh, you would know where I am at the moment. But if not, this is the center of the old city called Jemaa el Fna. Jam El Fna, as we call it, is the heart of the city, is the heart of Marrakesh, where everything is happening at once. I hope I will be able to see some of you in my coming tours. Wherever you are, Morocco is waiting for you.
Tour leaders there in Morocco. On this trip, you will have choose different tour leaders. The first one is in Spain. We'll join you from Barcelona all the way down to Tangier. And then you will have a Moroccan tour leader accompanying you all through Morocco before heading back to Europe again, where your Spanish tour leader will be welcoming you again and take you through the rest of the itinerary. Geographically very close together, but so different culturally in terms of landscapes as well. So it's a tour. It's an 18-day tour that doesn't get boring. It's always something different. It's always changing. Cultures, changing sceneries all the time. The trip starts in Barcelona. We'll take you south through the coast to Valencia. We'll visit Alicante on a day tour. We get to Granada before going to Algeciras, taking the ferry to Morocco. We visit Rabat, pass via Casablanca, go to Marrakesh, through the desert, Erfurt. We go to Fez before we head back to Europe. And we go to Sevilla, Lisbon, Fatima for the day, and the trip finishes in Madrid. This is I did this trip in February 2019. It was the last tour I did. The COVID was starting to break out all around the world when the tour was finishing. And I had a fantastic time. I'll be very happy to show you through some of the images. Now, as I mentioned before, the trip starts in Barcelona. We have 2 nights in Barcelona. We include a walking tour of the old casque, of the old part of Barcelona. Have your walking shoes ready, because you're going to do a fair bit of walking on this tour, and the walking starts here in Barcelona. The walking tour, it's the best way to explore that old part of Barcelona. It's the only way, because as in many of the cities in Europe, they close them to traffic, and walking is the only way to get around. And it's the best way to get around as well. Now, here in Barcelona, I was telling the guys before that I could have put a photo of Sagrada Familia, of the Malecón, so many iconic Barcelona sites that I could have put here. But it was really food that took me by surprise. I knew the food was good, but the tapas bars, it's something you really need to experience to see. We have an optional of the tapas bar crawl with a local tour guide, which is fantastic. They take you late in the evening through to the towns that you probably wouldn't go on your own, and go visiting little tapas bars along the way. Drink tapas, another drink, another tapas. You're a little bit tipsy by the end of the day. It's fantastic experience. From Barcelona, I only have 10-12 minutes to wrap up this experience, so I won't talk about all the destinations we go through. We hug the coast of Spain south. We go by Alicante, we pass by Valencia, and we land in Granada, which is absolutely amazing. Oh, did I go too fast? Yeah, sorry, Granada. Oh, what's going on? Different presentation. The presentation is slightly different. Sorry, but anyway, we get to Granada. I had very little expectations of Granada. It took me completely by surprise. It's an exquisite town, which is you've been to Granada yourself? I see you nodding there. How good is it?
I've been to all these places, I'm just watching.
No, fantastic. Good on you. Now, what I loved of Granada, and I don't know if you will agree with that, is that combination of Islamic architecture, Arabic flavors, still very Spanish, of course, with all the churches, the cathedrals, the classic Spanish balconies, and the tapas bars everywhere. So it's a very, very unique. It's those places around the world where you see those mixes of cultures that really come alive, and they forge a memory, at least for me. We get to Granada, we visit Alhambra. Alhambra is an incredible building. The last piece of resistance of the Spanish Moors, which was then handed over to the Catholics. Incredible building. Again, you will do a lot of walking there. If you're going there, you're going to spend 2 to 2.5 hours walking. It's very, very regulated. You go one way, you exit another way. There's no backtracking. Oh, I need the toilet. Too bad. You have to hold on. So it's a beautiful experience, but you have to be prepared to walk. You have to water, a walking stick, and off you go. Everyone can do it, but you have to be prepared. It's very difficult to book the Alhambra these days. If you've been looking around, you will see that a lot of operators don't offer the Alhambra building anymore. You have to book a long time in advance. It's a very convoluted process. We've got good news for you. We're not going to, we do the hard work for you. We still include the Alhambra in our tours. We do ask you to book as far in advance as possible, because once the tickets go, they go, and there's no way to get them again. There's no back door. There's no one they can pay on the side to get the tickets, like in my beloved South America. Here, once they're gone, they're gone. So please book your tour in advance so you can secure your tickets. From Granada, we head down. The first town that we touched down in Morocco is Rabat. I was fascinated in Rabat. It was my first experience at an Islamic country. Architecture was completely different to everything that I've seen. The intricacy in the buildings that we visited was beautiful. The food was different. I went to a restaurant. I had no idea what the menu was in front of me. It was an experience all around. But then I had my tour leader there with me, which, as I said before, and as we've been pointing out throughout the presentations, the tour leaders are absolutely fantastic, and they really make or break a trip, and they make it in our case. They're absolutely amazing tour leaders. They will tell you where to go, what to eat, what not to eat as well, if you don't want to end up in the toilet for the next 2 days. So they give you all that inside information that you need to make the most of a destination. Next was Marrakesh, and as I said before, Marrakesh is going to slap your senses. The smells, the flavors, the sights. It's a very in-your-face type of destination. The Medina there, like the bazaars in Istanbul, the Medina is something that you won't believe until you've seen it. That is one of the images I was saying in my presentation before. That is, unfortunately, it's just one still image. But what you can see is the chatter behind it, people yelling at each other, the smoke of meat cooking, the motorcycles going whizzing past, the bicycles coming the other way. So you want to take a photo and say, oops, sorry. It's a very, very intense experience. Again, walking shoes on, because you're going to be doing a lot of walking. For photographers, it's a dream destination. Now, I'm not a great photographer, but I love taking photos. I went there twice. You get the light filtering through the roofs, and it's just absolutely amazing to take photos. So spend 2 days there. We show you all that there is to see there in Marrakesh, but we also give you free time. There's a couple of options there you can do. You can do a hammam massage, like a hammam bath. Very luxurious, beautiful pools, warm pools, massages. They mud you up with that black mud. Yeah, it's an experience for some people, something that I will never do in my life. Don't touch me with that. Thank you very much. But I did a cooking class, which was amazing. Very, very professional cooking class. I've never been in a cooking class like that. It's a proper school. So we all around a main table. We've got our TVs in front of us. The main chef is out there giving us instructions. I was still cooking that dish that we learned to make there. So it's a great experience. We go through the Sahara Desert. We spend a couple of days going through towns like Aït, Ben and Ouarzazate, both great examples of South Saharan architecture. As you can see on the photos, those orangey, muddy buildings, absolutely stunning, beautiful oasis there, standing in front of you in the middle of the desert. Quite a sight, you're driving through, nothing anywhere, and all of a sudden these towns, these cities rise in front of you. Great experience. You get the option to go on a Sahara camel ride there if you're up for it. So yeah, it's a great opportunity to see the desert. We cross back to Europe, and we go to firstly Seville, incredible city. I'm not doing it I'm not talking enough about Seville in this presentation. It's an incredible town, beautiful city, vibrant, very young, very energetic, Flamengo everywhere. You know, Flamengo is where Flamengo was born. You can see you can see it there. It's one of my favorite Spanish cities. My favorite Spanish city in the south of Spain for sure. And then we go to Lisbon, and I was saying to the guys before that after traveling for nearly 15 days and seeing all different cities, all different places, you get to Lisbon, and the beauty of it is that it's yet different again. The landscape is completely different. The town is different. The city is laid out differently. You've got the beautiful old town on top of the hills. You've got the yellow trams coming in and up and down. You can jump on the trams if you want to. I was also sharing a bit of a personal information. We found it very, very romantic. My wife and I wanted to get married in that place. We didn't. It proved too difficult. We got married in England. But yeah, it's a very, very special place. We spent 2 nights there. We again include a full day city tour there, and then you have some time to go around and do as you please, do what you want to do. Again, your tour leader will be there to help you go and do whatever you want to do. The trip then finishes in Madrid. We only spent a night in Madrid. We only spent a night in Madrid and 1 night in Barcelona. From past experiences, people have been already to these 2 cities, so don't want to double up. If you haven't been to these cities before, if this is your first time in Barcelona or in Madrid, extend your stays. That's worth your while. We can help you with pre and post accommodation. We can help you with extra activities there as well. So make sure you extend your stay because it's well worth it. Let's wrap up this trip. It's a fully comprehensive trip, as I said before, fully escorted by English-speaking guides. We've got 17 nights of 4 and 5 stars accommodation, a great balance of included activities, yet free time for you to do whatever you want to do. Great transportation throughout, breakfast daily and 2 dinners. This trip for this event only is going from $4,299, and you can add your international fares from only $699, which is a great offer considering that at the normal time you will buy those airfares from $1,500. So great opportunity. Make sure you book your space today. Again, this is one of our most popular trips at Inspiring Vacations. A lot of travelers couldn't travel with us in 2019 and 2020, and they rebooked in 22 and 23. So those spaces are going fast. And that is it for today. Of course, we got the, yeah, that's right. So,
There's one over here. All right, so for those that weren't here last time, we're going to do just a quick quiz, chance to win a bottle of wine. We'll come back to this quiz first.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a question based on something that you've seen in the presentation. Put your hand up with the right answer, and we'll get you a lovely bottle of wine. So Martin's on raised hand duty. It's actually from 2 presentations ago. So in what country will you find Lake Kariba?
Oh, sorry, but you already got your bottle of wine, so we're gonna do it another. You're very good at this game. You can come tomorrow.
Anybody else?
We got a gentleman there to put a hand up after a second. Yes.
It's above that.
Yes.
Close.
Yes.
Oh, it's next to that.
One is mine so far. Yes.
Yes, that's good. Wow.
Well done.
It's Zimbabwe.
You deserve it. Yes. Yeah.
All right. So last time, just to wrap up, if you are wanting to go to Southern Africa, Egypt, I could go back to Egypt any day of the week. It's amazing. $99 deposits on these ones today. It offers obviously for the airfare to run through. The $99 locks you in for that offer. 7-day cooling off, so you can get that $99 deposit back, no questions asked, within that 7 days. But it locks in the offer for you today. We've heard a couple of people wanting to do back-to-back trips or 2 trips in a year. If you want to do that, it's 5% off. We've had our reservations going here. Any questions for you now as well, or I'll get back to this after the conversation. Any questions before we go? Yes. Yep. It's definitely available. It's on the list, obviously, there. Our organizations team were happy to run through the itinerary. Now, that is a awesome itinerary, exclusively Morocco, does the full circuit right up to the northern parts of Chefchaouen, brings you right down into the Sahara Desert for a couple of nights, brings you back across into Marrakesh. It's stunning. It is very good. Does a desert camp. Uber opulent experience, white linen, out in the Sahara Desert underneath 1,000,000 stars. It's one of the best experiences you can do out there.
And what's today's special?
It'll have the airfare offer as well that you've seen here today. So I don't quote me on it, speak to the resident. I think it's $699 to add your flights on to get over to Morocco and back. Yeah.
Thank you.
Very well.
I heard 3AW had big competitions.
Yes. We had a giveaway, a holiday competition on there for a couple of. Yeah, it was very, very good. Thanks everyone. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
For those who just stayed with us almost all day. It's been fantastic. And we'll see you later.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.